together, hey?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay. Is it sharp? Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Miss
Hi,
Cindy.
thanks, and you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm just waiting for a cable. Then I'm going to connect shortly in the next coming 2 minutes. There is a cable that we are waiting for. It's just coming in now. Then I'll be able to connect on the big screen. Thank you. You see, there's with Deputy Minister Sefiki. I'm not getting embarrassed. Huh?
You
Dear
look so good.
the Deputy Minister of Minerals and Energy, and all the speakers that have linked in this platform. Thank you very much for joining us. And this is just our dry run session. And good morning, Dr. Eves.
Good morning, Cindy.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Panky. Panky, can you hear me?
Yes, morning, Cindy. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Good morning, President Betha. You are on mute.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning. How are you?
Thank you very much. Good morning, our sister Amelia.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning, Sandra.
Good morning, Cindy.
I'm already live, sis. Good morning, Shelley. Sister Shelley, good morning.
Good morning, Madam President, and everybody else. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Des.
Morning, Cindy.
Good morning, and good morning, Pat van der Los. Oh, Pat is still joining us. Good morning, Khotsomuloko. Good morning, Dr. Namane. Dr. Namane, I think he's still linking as well.
Good morning, everyone. This is Khotso Moloko. Sorry for my silence. Good morning.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Miss Zugilungu.
Morning, GP, and good morning, everyone.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Deputy Minister Nkabane. We see you are here already. And good morning,
morning, everyone. Morning, ladies.
Morning, Deputy Minister. And morning, Vino, our Director for the Investment Arm. Thank you very much for joining.
Good morning, beautiful ladies.
Yes. And we're about 15 people already that have actually logged in, and we're just testing our mics to see that our mics are working, and I'm happy everybody's audible. So now we're just waiting for the 10 o'clock on the dot start time, and Des, please, will give you the share rights so that you'll be able to share your presentation. Beggy, you give Desmond Muller the share rights for the presentation. Can I ask as well, do we have any other presenters that have presentations so that we can also give you the rights? Good morning, my dear sister Valerie. And good morning,
Good morning, morning. How are you all? I'm sorry, I was just unmuting myself.
Morning. In the last day of September, getting into.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good to join you all.
We will take a leg stretch break. This is 9 minutes to 10, 5:02 on the dot. We'll be on standby so that 10 o'clock on the dot we start. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President? Oh, she's gone.
Can I help, Bertha?
Yeah, I wanted to say that I've got a speech prepared and not a presentation. Is that fine?
Yes, that should be fine. I think the request is if anyone wants to share their screen or they've got pictures or anything they might, slides that they might want to share, then the IT guy will handle it for us.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Sandra, I just wanted to check. So I didn't hear if you had spoken about this, but should we all then switch off our cameras and so on when one particular person is speaking? How do you want to do this?
It should be better that way. So we can all switch off our screens while another person is speaking. But I think for the group chat, if we were having a group chat, then we'd all go online at the same time, but we can have our screen switched off. Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie.
Good morning. You're on mute, JP.
Madam President, just a quick one before you start. Can you hear me?
Yes, Sandra?
Yes, there was a quick question when you had stepped away that while a person is speaking, should the rest of us switch off our videos?
Definitely. That's okay because to serve on the bandwidth.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's 10 o'clock on the dot. It is indeed a great honor for us as the Sector of Global Business Women to host a powerful Women in Energy webinar and seminar that speaks to promoting the role of women in sustainable energy for inclusive, sustainable industrial development in the COVID-19 world. Good morning in South Africa and good evening to some other parts of the world. Deputy Minister of Minerals and Energy in South Africa, Dr. Nkabane, President Yves Guénon, the French South African Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Romay Harding, the Secretary General for the Sector of Global Business Women, Ms. Zugi Lungu, the CGBW Director and the Global Board Member, Ms. Emilia Howard, the Program Manager for the Africa Forum, President Tandima Bena for the Sector of Global Business Women in South Africa, and all the other presidents of the CGBW in the countries and the continent and also in the world. President Betha Dlamini, Women in Energy and Power in Africa, Dr. Namane Mahau, and the Gender Ministerial Advisory Council at the Department of Minerals and Energy. She's also my mother. Welcome, Mama. Mr. Des Muller, the co-chairperson of the South African Nuclear Build Platform and the MD of New Energy Developments. President Dimakatso of Women of Value in Africa, President Tato Muhutu for Phenomenal Women, and also she's the chairperson for the Sector of Global Business Women in the Free State and the Gracia Machel Trust Ambassador in Africa. President Madeleine Mkunu, Leading Women for Africa, Ms. Sandra Nyarenda, the CGBW chairperson for Energy Global, and Miss Shelley Chauke, my sister, that we've been traveling our journey in the energy space before I became the president for the Sector of Global Business Women, including my dear sister, President Bertha, and also Miss Lebu, Zulu BRICS Women Alliance, and Ms. Rabuhile Mukwena, the chairperson for CGBW Global Young Leaders. Your Excellencies, it is indeed a great honor for us. When we speak about energy, when we speak about power, this is a crucial topic in any country globally, because when we're talking about the economic upturn, we need to have the right electricity. We need to have the right resources that will actually keep our countries globally lit, so that we can actually increase our GDP and also acknowledge that power is a very important asset in any country globally. I'm humbled as the global president to share a platform with the gentle giants at the CGBW Energy Seminar that are already in this platform, who are going to speak to us and give us strategies and also to pivot the storm as women moving forward. The Circle of Global Business Women is an intelligent network and innovative network of women who are authentic in their endeavors, and also looking at create a leadership shift globally. The Circle of Global Business Women supports the rise of women leaders globally. Hence, we're congratulating our dearest sister, the Deputy Minister of Minerals and Energy, who has just been appointed, and this is a first event with us. We are humbled, our dearest sister. We embrace you because you are a leader. We embrace you because you're a woman who has taken the rightful position and became a deputy minister. Not because you are just a deputy minister, because of the work that you have done. You have showcased the capability and the skill that you can lead us in this sector. Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. And Africa is a continent of hope and promise, based and blessed with abundance of human resources. And the same, if you look at Africa, energy becomes crucial when you're talking about inclusive and sustainable industrial development through women in the continent. And also, if you look at our statistics, nearly 1/3 of the population globally lacks access to efficiency and of energy. For example, we've got 650 million people that don't have access to electricity as we see in this form. Continent will be able to actually give us a way forward. The UN Women believes that globally, women occupy around 19% of all ministerial posts, but only 7% of these are in the environment and natural resources and energy, and a mere 3% are in the science and technology. To achieve the maximum contribution and impact to gender equality on the women's empowerment on the ground, you need us gender equality and women women in energy strategy as well talks to these strategies, talks about gender mainstreaming and how do we mainstream women in these sectors. The gender responsive energy and climate change projects are very critical for us to be able to thrive in this sector. And also looking at the energy mix, because one of the critical things is to also look at the energy mix in the sector itself, and how do we use both the mixes of energy both in the sector and drive the implementation, and also look at women taking their rightful position in the marketplace. And then there are also gender specific interventions that UNIDO has just proposed to look at raising awareness on the gender nexus, enhancing women's entrepreneurship in the area of sustainability, reducing women's energy related to treasury. As the Circle of Global Business Women, we are members of the Climate Coalition Change, and this is a very critical point for us to actually manage when it comes to sustainable, energy solutions for women in Africa and also in Africa. As all of us know, the resolutions of the Paris Agreement, and also the role of women in also coming up with strategies to mitigate climate change problems that we have across the world. And with these words, I'd like to say thank you very much. And also in my conclusion, I'd like to congratulate Minister Gwede Mantashe, Deputy Minister Nobuhle Nkabane, and the Director General Advocate Thabo Mokoena for a powerful gender ministerial advisory council that is going to be used as a yardstick to measure empowerment of women inclusion in the sector. And we are really humbled and honored. We embrace all women, we embrace all men that are sitting in the advisory council, Deputy Minister, and looking forward to working with them. Without wasting my time, I'd like to call President Yves Gwenon from the French South African Chamber of Commerce to give us a welcome speech.
Thank you, Cindy. As the chairman of the French South African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I welcome all of you, and in particular the Deputy Minister, to this seminar organized by the Circle of Global Business Women. We are supporting them in different fields of activity because we believe that women have a key role to play in different sectors, including obviously energy, and that the president of the Circle, dear Cindy, has enough energy to push the influence of women in this sector. I would like to provide you some remarks from somebody involved with energy during the last 40 years. Energy is key for the economic development of the country, but decision makers need to take the right decision. When we buy a bottle of wine and we are not happy with, the day or the week after, we select another one. In energy, the decision engaged the country for more than 20 years, and it is difficult to change a technology or the technology without prohibitive costs. What is the South African situation? People are telling very bad, some not so bad, but going to the fact, even with 47 days of load shedding in 2020, around 8 hours for all households, 8 hours per day, not 24 hours per day. Eskom is providing us electricity 97% of the time. We have also to keep in mind that when the sun is not shining or the wind blowing 70% of the time, who is providing us electricity? Eskom. And I think people are not understanding that very well. Yes, we have intermittent energy, but we have intermittent energy because we have Eskom behind. Intermittent energy can exist only with a baseload energy to compensate the intermittency. In general, it is gas. In South Africa today is more coal. But just to give you also information, gas price is, as you know, is very volatile. And this will increase the cost of electricity, which is really bad for the economy. Today, our price of electricity is already high, but not as high as compared to other developed countries in the world, I can guarantee you. Just an example, for household in France, the gas price this year will increase by 57%, which is not acceptable for the population. And the government will be obliged to take measures. And this is absolutely independent from the local production because we don't produce gas in France. It's just the international market. Destroying Eskom is a risk that the government must consider seriously. Prices in Europe are higher on all countries having privatized the production. What to do? We need to have a balanced energy mix. Nobody can tell you, as it has been told in the IRP, 80% coming from this or 80% coming from that. This is a nonsense. We need to have a balanced energy mix, which is more base load than intermittent energy. Because if you have too much intermittent energy, you have to compensate when they are not producing by base load or by storage. But storage is also a problem you will see later on. If we want to develop the economy and to create jobs, we need really to have this energy mixed. But having an energy mix is not enough. We need to have a decarbonized mix. Replacing coal by gas is just a short-sighted vision. Why? Because if we trust the climate change expert, IPCC, for each kilowatt hour produced, we cannot emit more than 50 grams of CO2 to have a temperature not increasing by more than 1.5 degrees in average. Just to remember, for baseload, only nuclear, hydro, and geothermal are less than 50 grams. And for intermittent energy, wind and sun, but without storage. As soon as you put storage, and you will be obliged to, you are much higher than 50 grams, much, much higher. Just for your mind, because I think most of you have not the figure in mind. Coal is producing 820 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour, when, for example, wind or nuclear are producing 12 grams. and gas 490 grams. You understand immediately that if we have to be less than 50 in the next years, you have to be cautious when we invest today. Because if you invest in a coal plant and a gas plant is for 40, 50 years, that means the country will be penalized with that. I mean, it's why it's really important, and we can see everywhere in the world, people are a little bit changing their mind. It is why the government needs in all tenders, not only to request a price, what it is done now, but also the CO2 produced for a base load equivalent of 80% of the time. You cannot compare only the price when you compare the price of providing you the energy, but you don't take into account the cost incurred by, for example, ESCOM to have the capacity to produce when you are not producing. And also the CO2, because you can have wind, which is good. But if you produce the all energy after the 70% of the time with coal or gas is bad. So that means we have to take that into account. It is why I propose to the government, and as the deputy minister is there today, it's a good opportunity in the tender to have also the CO2 production, because it's key, it's as important today as the price. What will happen also very soon? The developed countries will impose a carbon tax on products coming from abroad, and this will disqualify the products manufactured or produced in the high CO2 emitters countries. Today in Europe, just to give you an example, the carbon tax is around 1,100 rand per ton. If you add that to the product produced in South Africa, I can guarantee you that it will be difficult to export. And mainly in South Africa, where today we have a very carbonized energy. I would like to thank also the Department of Energy for its initiative for the emergency providing the emergency, the RMIPPP, that means emergency production of energy with 2 gigawatts, because of one thing. We know now the price of this contract, 1.8 rand, something like 1.8 rand, which is telling us that the price is not 0.6 rand, as people are telling in intermittent energy, or 0.7 rand, is 1.7, and it's just for the production cost. Why? Because when you have to produce, and it is only 66% of the time, 16 hours per day, you need to store, you need to have more production panels or windmills, and you have to store. So that means we have a good example of what is the real cost of energy. And I think, Minister, we have to compare apples with apples. We cannot compare energy, providing energy when they want, with what the country needs to develop the economy, to create jobs. That means base load energy. No country in the world is working with intermittent energy. If you want to be sure of that, a country which is very often is placed as an example, Germany, is a disaster. Germany is producing electricity with, in average, 8 times more CO2 than France. They have 135% or 134% of the maximum peak. This is installed base for renewable, and they produce 30% of the time. So that means this is not acceptable, and it's created a problem. And the problem is to restart coal plant, which for a country we want to be clean is not, or green is not a right thing to do. So that means it's just general information, and thank you for listening my remarks, and I wish you, all of you, a good seminar, and I think we will find the right place for women in this sector, and is in all type of activity, because energy require access to all technology, civil work, electronics, chemistry, manufacturing, everything is linked. You need them for creating an energy mix in the country. And women has a key role to play in this sector. Thank you so much, Cindy and Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kwenon Ives. You're an expert in the energy sector because we've been working with you when I was in the energy sector, and I can still see the passion in you. And thank you very much. I mean, President Betha Dlamini and as Ms. Shirley Chauke will attest to that. And thank you very much for this powerful welcoming remarks that speaks to the energy mix that can develop the economy of the country. But also we need to also look at a strategy where our CO2 emission will be looked at, and we think that the Deputy Minister is here and she was listening to your submissions as an expert in the energy sector in South Africa and France and globally as well. And we're looking forward working with the French South African Chamber of Commerce in our partnership, and we're really excited because our partnership is action driven, and this is our second seminar that we're having, and end of October we're coming up with another seminar again, and that will actually give us resolutions and the way forward. As the Circle of Global Business Women, Dr. Eves, I'm sure you know that we work very closely with government as civil society. We work very closely with private sector as civil society, because what COVID has taught us, it has taught us to collaborate. What COVID has taught us to actually work together and come up with solutions that will have an impact in our communities on the ground. Thank you very much, Doc. And then now I'm going to call our dearest sister, President Thandi Mabena, who is the president for Circle of Global Business Women in South Africa, our dearest sister in expert and strategic leadership, and also in coaching and mentorship. Thank you very much, Sis Thandi. The floor is yours, President.
Thank you, GP. And all protocol observed, but I really would love to acknowledge our Deputy Minister, Dr. Makarani. And I'm very happy that we have Dr. Namane Mahau from the Ministerial Advisory Council as well. I'm really looking forward to a productive session today. I call Cindy my GP because she's the global president. As the South African president, I'm seriously looking forward to us working together and putting certain things in place and gaining traction, particularly around the women's involvement and our youth in how we deal with energy in our country. Honorable guests and my colleagues, nearly 1 billion people globally have no access to electricity in their households. We have a very compelling and exciting deliverable and goal by the Sustainable Development Goal number 7, which calls for 100% of the world population to have electricity by 2030. And I'm sitting here patiently waiting to hear what our esteemed partners are going to be telling us and what our minister is going to be sharing with us today in terms of us getting to that SDG goal number 7. One of the things that we definitely do know is that energy poverty is a problem in the African continent in particular. It has massive implications for economic development and social well-being of our people. And we know that in South Africa right now, we don't have that much legacy infrastructure, and not even in the African continent. We don't have that much, and we have the opportunity to build the infrastructure. And we need stable, efficient electricity for Africa to develop. There is nothing like low energy and high income in any country. Economic countries need energy to scale up their production and activities. And economic growth actually hinges around the energy availability. And that has the secondary impact to our unemployment rates. And yesterday, again, I hate that in this quarter, the unemployment rate is increasing. Africa is a very growing nation, And Africa, the last time I checked, had a population average of 17.8. This is in terms of years. We're a very young continent. We've got very young people. And Africa is going to be the future's human resource hub. This is where most of the people are going to be coming from to do whatever the world needs to do. We are a growing nation with a high industrialization, and that high industrialization requires intensive energy because we have intensive energy activities that are happening at the time. And energy efficiency will be an important tool to fight climate change. Sorry, someone has a, okay. So this disruption that is happening in the energy space, in South Africa, we are talking about off-grid and on-grid electricity. I'm going to be listening to you, our Deputy Minister, intensely. Sorry, there's someone talking. Intensely to try and understand how we're going to be dealing with the on-grid and off-grid issues. And Africa is, and especially South Africa, it is rapidly growing, and the pressure on our energy systems is also rapidly growing, and we're already struggling to provide access to significant portions of our community. And one thing that we definitely do know is that our youth and our women are geared up to play a significant role in this energy generation. And energy goes beyond electricity. Energy goes oil, gas, and all. But in my mind, every day when I think energy, I'm thinking electricity. But having said all that, I'm very encouraged because we know that South Africa is looking at the sustainable clean electricity at an affordable price. And the plan, as far as I understand it, is that we're going to be looking at renewable energy independent power producers via this new procurement program, which I hope to hear about today. And we're looking forward to the positive economic spin-offs and the growth and attraction of direct and indirect investment. And I think Dr. Gwenon alluded to that as well in his address. So thank you so much. Once we have this kind of energy, the indirect and direct investment, we know we're going to be fighting the poverty that is in our continent, in our country, because the spin-offs, the secondary spin-offs is that we're going to create jobs. We're going to have meaningful contributions to the Sustainable Development Goal number 7. And again, we're going to be driving the green economy, which is what is really at our fingertips right now. We've got enough wind, we've got enough sun, we've got enough resources as South Africa and as the African continent. So thank you so much, my esteemed partners from the French Embassy. And thank you so much, our Minister NGP, for this opportunity. We look forward to having a very meaningful conversation this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President Thandi, for this powerful welcome, acknowledging the challenges that we have globally in terms of energy, and also acknowledging the strategies that we're embarking on in South Africa and in the continent. And also the population of Africa is very young indeed. So the future is bright for Africa, but we need to invest in these young people so that they understand their role in the energy sector and how they're going to also pivot the storm. And this is a special request. Please, I'm requesting all people that are in the Zoom platform, don't unmute yourself, because you are disturbing the speakers when you unmute yourself, because you immediately, when you unmute yourself, you become live. Thank you very much for understanding. Now I'm going to call my mother, Dr. Namane Mahau, and a gentle giant in the women's movement. She's also the former president of Business Women Association in South Africa, and she has served as the board chairman of NTP Mamubekla Gowa Foundation, and also the UCT Graduate School of Business Advisory Board, and she's a graduate as well from Harvard. She did her education, PhD with Harvard University. And thank you very much, Mama, for joining us. And today, and also she's a member of International Women's Forum South Africa. I'm also, I got into International Women's Forum South Africa when I was a rough diamond, and they polished me as my mother's. When you see me, just look at her, then you'll understand who my mother is. And thank you very much, Ma, for actually hand-holding me in the sector and making me to be this, powerful diamond globally. And I really appreciate you. We really appreciate you as our mothers at the International Women's Forum South Africa, including Dr. Futi Mtoba, including Mamuzane Lembeki, including Mamunana Mahumulo, because, when you want to go far, you surround yourself with powerful women. And this is what I did. And that's how I've managed to actually pivot the storm, because I managed to stand on the shoulder of gentle giants like you to be able to actually move forward and take the women's movement in the country and in Africa globally. And also, we really appreciate you. I'm not going to talk a lot because I know you don't want your biography. You say, Zasindi, my biography is too long. Just speak about few items and then you let me talk. Thank you very much, Ma. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, our honorable program director and leader of global business. You are dynamic and inspiring, and thanks for creating this amazing opportunity. And the Circle of Global Business Women is already making a sound that we are all moving towards and highly appreciate. I would like at the onset to acknowledge our Honorable Deputy Minister, Dr. Nobuhle Makabane. We highly appreciate your having been appointed to this position in the department, in our ministry, and we see it as a vote of confidence in women, and we're looking forward to working with you. And also, I would like to acknowledge the inspiring inputs and insights that we have received from Dr. Ives Gwenon, the president of the French South Africa Chamber of Commerce, and also the welcoming remarks as well that we got from our South African president of the Circle of Global Business Women. Thank you very much. And this topic of promoting the role of women in sustainable energy for inclusive industrial development in South Africa and Africa within these challenging times of COVID-19 world is a very timely dialogue, and I appreciate being part of it. Where do I start? Within the context of the dynamic issues that have been raised, when one looks at the issue of how important energy is, and as outlined by the previous speakers, and Dr. Gwenos has outlined it all to indicate where South Africa is, and also the critical role that ESCOM is playing. And also Ms. Thandi also highlighted the importance, Mabena highlighted the importance of energy, not only in South Africa, but in the continent, but also the role that energy plays in the economic development of the continent. And another most important factor that is a defining factor of sustainability and economic growth is the inclusion of women in African economies. If one were to listen closely to the report, the McKinsey report of 2015, where they indicated very clearly and decisively that Africa is on the rise, that the potential for growth and development in Africa is promising. But, a big but, it can only achieve that if it brings on board the other half of the continent, which is the women who hold half the sky. And that Africa could potentially add, listen to this one, $1 trillion or 34% to its collective GDP by 2025 if it brought on board the participation of women. That is encouraging. But also, as our sister Thandi Mabena has indicated to us, there are huge challenges that we have got to face for us to reach that gap. Issues of energy poverty. And when you talk about women and where women are at, and if we are really serious about development in this continent and in this country, you cannot overlook women, but neither can you overlook the crucial challenges of poverty that we face. And also at the heart of it, you cannot overlook the issue of energy poverty. And as we are talking about the need to look very closely and how this transitioning from the overemphasis of fossil fuels to much cleaner energy, we cannot do that without looking very carefully at how women remain a part of that. A lot of battles have been fought, a lot of policies have been developed, and also the goal 7, as Ms. Thandi Mabena has indicated, the goal 7, goal for 2030, is quite a challenge. If we are to reach that, we really need to use goal 5, the economic empowerment of women, in order to achieve that and find a leverage in doing that. This takes me to where are we? In South Africa, Honorable Deputy Minister, we find that our Department of Mineral and Energy has actually taken great strides with regard to not only developing enabling policy frameworks to ensure that women count in that sector, but they've gone on even further to develop even clear programs. And some of the programs are being noted. And it's also good to note that even some of our universities are acknowledging the fact that it seems this issue of empowerment, of innovative inclusion is making the right impact. That governance of inclusion is crucial. So it's no more an issue that we have to argue out. It's something that we have to implement, and that the programs are being implemented, and the fund that has been introduced to promote the inclusion and participation of women entrepreneurs in the energy space, not just for them to be consumers, but also for them to be owners is working. That is a very important recognition. And Deputy Minister, we are looking forward to that. As our leader and colleague Cindy indicated earlier on, it's important that we work in partnership. UN Women talks about the need for us to mobilize and work more on coalitions of action, because time for talk is over. It's now time for action. And let me, on this platform, also congratulate the extraordinary work that has been done by UN Women, not only in ensuring the development of policy, partnering with University of Pretoria to ensure that there is a compelling policy that, analysis of the status of women in public procurement, and went on further to indicate the need to integrate women-owned enterprises in public procurement as an important lever for economic growth. And they worked on this 4 years. We talk about collaboration. I think another important thing that UN Women signaled in this process is the fact that when you get committed development institutions, they come in to strengthen government policy, to strengthen implementation of government institutions to be effective. And we've seen them in a professional way, engaging one minister after the other consistently and doing several research analysis and studies as the process evolved. And it was exciting that last year, our president announced with our Minister for Women that there is going to be implementation of a policy that says 40% of public procurement needs to be allocated to women-owned enterprises. And this is something that we are looking at. But also government did not only do that, is not doing that blindly. It is mindful of the challenges that our economy faces and works closely with the partners, and UN Women went on even further to engage with public, private sector. But at this moment in time, as Cindy will indicate, it is the women who are driving the process. It is the women organization who are engaging both public sector, private sector, and institutions more broadly, and the sectors to say, what is each and every sector doing? Where do you locate women-owned enterprises? I would like to highlight a very important shift. We were there when we started with the need to promote women as executives, women in leadership. That has to continue. And that issue of 50-50 is still there. And that's why we appreciate having a woman deputy minister and Dr. Makaban. We are so happy to have you on board. It's also important to realize that this increased focus, which has now shifted to women as entrepreneurs, looks at women enterprises, which is bigger. And it has also been noted by research that women enterprises actually employ more women than men. So they enable also as well to get bread on the table of many households. And this focus on increasing participation of women-owned enterprises, we appreciate it Deputy Minister, that we are starting to see it as revealed by this program that already has a fund to ensure their participation, that it grows from strength to strength. What we need to be talking about further is how do we collaborate more in ensuring that women become more participants in that their enterprises are considered, but also that their enterprises are developed, capacitated to become more competitive, because we would like them to grow and be more competitive. And we also appreciated that the department has also set targets, monitoring, and reporting mechanisms that will tell us how the department is moving in that area. Consider us, Minister, as women in this process that is now heading for the announcement of the Women Economic Assembly that looks at how can women hold hands more tightly with the different sectors, with the different communities, and also with government from local, from regional, from national, to make sure that women count in this economy. And with energy being the driving force, we are more than ready, Deputy Minister, to ensure that women in energy are central in energy, and we appreciate the levers that you have developed. We are there. We would like to count more. We also are getting increasing number of women qualifying in various areas, in areas of energy, in nuclear energy, as engineers in various areas, to show that women want to be taken seriously, so that they are in policy making, they are in critical decision making, but also they are in enterprises, but in particular that women at the local level are activated as partners, and that we reach those SDG goals that have been set for 2030, but also that as we do this in the continent, we also strengthen the ties with our sisters across the continent in SADC, and that is why the circle of global business women is so important to us, because together we are stronger. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Namani Mahau. What a powerful speech, what a powerful pronouncement that is talking to the real women inclusion, the real women, participating in the energy sector. As a gentle giant in the sector yourself, we're really humbled and honored. And also the Women Economic Assembly. And I'm looking forward to the Women Economic Assembly, because what is going to happen there, I mean, I think the audience will see amazing work that has been happening behind the scenes. And thank you very much, Dr. Namane, for leading the Women Economic Assembly process, bringing in women from women formations. The circle is part of this process. And President Thandi Mabena sits on the task team as well. And other women organizations, they are participating to make sure that women participate from the ground, as you're saying, and from the local and provincial sector. And thank you very much for this powerful presentation. I wouldn't want to spoil it further, and also acknowledge you as the committee member at Advisory Council of the Ministerial Task Team. And you have actually, spoken about something which is very powerful. I think when I looked at the outcomes and the objectives of the task, the Advisory Council, there is enabling environment, there is equality of opportunities, gender mainstreaming, barrier-free workplaces. You have covered all these topics in your address, and we're actually looking forward to work with you as an advisory council member, but also as a woman that has been championing other women globally in the women's movement, so that we can actually take ourselves to the next level and pivot the storm. Thank you very much, Ma. We're really humbled to have you in our midst because we're still young, and it's good to have a gentle giant like you that is going to actually assist us to pivot the storm in the energy sector and become the best of the best. Now I'm going to call our dearest brother, Des Muller, who is the Managing Director for New Energy Developments, but also he's been extremely active in the sector, in the private sector itself, and he's also the core spokesperson for South African Nuclear Build Platform. My brother Des, the floor is yours.
All right, I need to share my screen. All right. Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this esteemed discussion. And welcome to the Deputy Minister as well. It will be great working with you in the future as we go through this transition towards sustainable energy for South Africa. This is something that I've been supporting for probably the last 10 years. Women in construction, women in energy, women in nuclear, and I've dedicated this presentation to the women in nuclear. And you know, nuclear energy certainly fits within the definition of sustainable energy. It must be reliable, it must be clean, it must be affordable, and it certainly needs to support local jobs. And unfortunately, this is not what we're seeing in the just energy transition so far. There's certainly a few gaps that needs to be filled. But I have a lot of confidence in the Department of Energy to move forward in achieving the objectives of a sustainable energy transition. To tell you a little bit more about the South African Nuclear Build Platform, the South Africa platform was established to align our local industry to a nuclear build program and to raise our public's awareness on nuclear energy's value proposition. And I think this is something that we are doing a great job. We're starting to see more people talk favorably towards nuclear energy and with good understanding on the facts of nuclear energy. Our objective is to compete and our objective is a competitive and fully compliant nuclear build procurement process in the hands of a qualified nuclear vendors who can confidently localize their offers with qualified and competent local supply chain. So we want to make sure that the local industry is ready and acceptable to the nuclear vendors when they are selected through a competitive tendering process. Now, I don't necessarily disagree with the Constitutional Court's decision to set aside the 9.6 gigawatt nuclear build program back in 2018, but they also set aside a 300 billion rand opportunity for our local industry over the next 15 years. And this is something that we want to tidy up and get that opportunity back for our industry. And that's very much the purpose of the platform, is to make sure that the industry gets a piece of that action. These are generally the opportunities in the nuclear industry. Currently, we are upgrading Koeberg for a life extension project. to ensure the plant is operating safely for the next 20 years. That the various projects are undergo. We also have the spent fuel that Kubik has generated over the past couple of years, and that is getting put into dry storage casks as we speak at the moment, including the development of the central interim storage facility in Falpits. So that's a current project that is currently underway. Just by the way, the spent fuel that Kubik has generated up to now will fit on half a tennis court. So we're not talking about a high volume of fuel, but it is critical and important that we do store it and manage it safely. Going forward into the future, 2030 and beyond, we're looking at a large-scale build program. We are also looking at a multi-purpose reactor, which we saw a recent announcement from Nexa on the approval from government to go ahead with that program, and then also small modular reactors, which is part of the energy mix going forward in the procurement process. NERSA has now approved the Section 34 determination, which was generated by the DMRE, and the DMRE is obviously following the right protocol and the right processes to make sure that we complete this process competitively and equitably. So here's the elephant in the room in this discussion today. And the challenge is the elephant is not the obvious thing in the room, but I would like to look at the left-hand side of the screen, and that's the lone woman sitting in a boardroom of men. And she's probably just taking the minutes. And this is what we need to change. This is the challenges, and we're still seeing a lot of this in the boardrooms of today. Although over the last decade or two, this has definitely changed a lot. A bit of my experience, I've had the privilege of being involved in the energy sector all my life, since a student. And back in 1988 in Kendal Power Station, when we were building that plant, we were busy commissioning one of the units, and I happened to see this lady in her overall hard hat and safety shoes climbing up a ladder and commissioning a valve. And I looked at this and I thought, geez, this is strange. We've never seen something like this. And she was an employee of Eskom. And, the guys were all, the engineers were all kind of concerned about this and felt pretty awkward about it. And anyway, we caught up with her over lunchtime, and she spoke like an engineer. She knew everything we knew, and she was quite confident. And that's how she kind of just blended in, and she became one of the team. It was just so interesting how she became very, very comfortable in that space, which is basically filled with men. And we've seen some gradual progression from there onwards. In my global experience, especially in the nuclear industry, having traveled the world with people like Namani, I find that the gender balance has been a natural progression overseas. China is still a little bit behind the curve. Korea, Russia, France, the US, they very much developed around having women in very, very key, very competent and very important positions. And these women just operate so fantastically and professionally well, and that's the experience that I've had in the industry. South Africa still needs to catch up. But just looking at the opportunities for women in the nuclear industry on a global scale, there's a couple of list of activities and that we find in the nuclear industry, and green areas are where we see women predominantly, and that's on the global markets. South Africa needs to obviously improve a bit, so we're starting to see the red asterisk over there is probably where we see, and above that is where women are predominantly in the South African market. We need to obviously improve on that. The brown or the orange and yellow blocks are really those careers and those activities where you have to trade in your heels for hard hats, safety shoes, and overalls. And that's a decision that quite a few women are making at the moment. What I would like to say is we just recently built a very complex set of tanks at Kuiberg, and it's a very specialized welding process. And we had 50 welders on the project working double shifts and things like that. Every inch of welding was x-rayed and assessed for quality and so forth. And my top 2 welders on this project was women. And that is an outstanding result. And look, the men had all kinds of theories as to why. Their hands are more gentle, but really consistently we had the top 2 welders in the industry. So this is really defies gravity in the construction sector. And so we started to see women do very well. We need to obviously look at developing that skill and that creativity in an environment which has predominantly been managed by men. I've had the pleasure of working and living with very confident, very successful women. So I don't really have much attention on gender and racial issues because I treat everybody with equality, because I see the abilities that people have. To talk about this subject of getting the gender balance, I had to do a little bit of research into what the hell's going on. I came across this issue around the confidence gap that people are talking about. Just trying to move something out of the way here. All right. So what we're looking at is that there's definitely a maternal tug between home and work for women, which men don't have, There are also undeniable cultural and institutional barriers to success. And this is a study that was done. Study after study shows that something else is holding them back. Women can sometimes be less confident than men, not less competent, just less self-assured. And this is the study that was done by these 2 ladies down there, Claire Shipman and Katie Kay. And this was done a while ago, and it may have changed quite a lot. But one thing I do know is that as a natural result of low self-confidence, we have inaction that happens. When we hesitate because we aren't sure, we hold ourselves back. And that is for all of us, that we restrain ourselves to a certain degree. I'm just trying to move forward. I'm sorry, my presentation has seized up. Is there anybody on the technical side that can assist? Oh, there we go.
Yes, there you go. Thank you.
Okay, fine. So I don't want to put the problem on the table. I like kind of, providing a suggestion on how we can actually solve these issues. And on self-confidence, which seems to be the problem that women have in participating in business and things like that, there are a couple of issues. One of them is self-security. Now, we see a lot of security in our jobs that we have, the families that we have, and things like that. But the only security you have is the security in confidence in yourself. So that is probably the most important security that you got. Self-respect is another issue. The only real vital possession which you have is your self-respect. If you lose that, you become your own executioner. So one's got to learn to respect yourself. Trust yourself as well, which is an important point. And you have to rehabilitate your belief and worthiness in yourself and know that you will make the right decision. To be able to trust yourself that you'll be able to make the right decision is very important. Demonstrated competence is very, very important. Now, I've worked with many very competent women and men in the industry as well, and it's an absolute pleasure to work with them. Competence surpasses the need for luck and ritual dances. So that is something that is very key. Competence is developed by looking, learning, and practicing. On practicing, one's skill and dexterity must be brought up to the speed of the age one lives in. Today, we are seeing a lot of digital transformation. These are challenges that one needs to adopt and practice and learn. And this is done with good practice. One is successful as one adjusts the environment to oneself and not merely adjust to the environment. So you can actually change the environment to suit yourself. On professionalism, don't do anything as though you were an amateur. Anything you do, do it as a professional to professional standards. And I've seen fantastic people do very successful things by being a professional and doing what professionals do and having the products and the success of professionals. On leadership, there's a lovely quote that I came across. It says, "A broad examination of history shows clearly that people follow those they respect, not those they fear," which is commonly thought out there, but those that they respect. Respect is the recognition of inspiration, purpose, and competence. So if one inspires people, one has a strong sense of purpose that you want to achieve the goals and objectives of the group, and that you have demonstrated your own competence, you will gain the respect of the people that you are looking at leading. And that's important. All right, that's it from me. I think let's get all South Africans back to work. I think we all unanimously agree on that point. Thank you very much.
Des, for this powerful presentation. And nuclear power is one of the most critical strategies for energy mix in the country. And also you've highlighted the role of women in the nuclear power strategy. And also we're looking forward working with you as the Circle of Global Business Women. And you have identified the critical, skills that are needed in the orange banner. So these are the skills that we want to push women to actually get into, so that they'll be influential in those, in those areas. And also looking at, having a session with you as the Circle of Global Business Women, taking a nuclear strategy, strategically positioning women in the nuclear strategy of the country. Obviously, we'll be working with the Deputy Minister, Nobuhle Pamela Nkabane, and to actually, assist us, because as I was doing the introduction, the Department of Minerals and Energy helped us a lot as women in the energy, As you know, I come from the energy sector. I'm so excited and elated because they supported us when we knocked at their doors. The Chief Director, Elizabeth Marawa, she's actually attending a meeting in Limpopo. She accommodated us. They endorsed us. I had a program that I was running called Women Power, and they endorsed us, and then we strategically partnered with the African Utility Week. So, and I was an official ambassador for the African Utility Week. And this is what government does to women that approach them and request to strategically partner. I salute and honor the Department of Energy as the global president for the Circle of Global Business Women. They contributed to who I am today in the energy space before I became the global president, and looking forward working with you. Now, we will call our keynote speaker, a woman of vision, a woman of integrity, Dr. Pamela Nobuhle Nkabane, who actually graduated with a doctorate in administration at the University of KZN. And also she served as an MP, a member of parliament in the South African parliament before she was appointed as a deputy minister. But she's an academic, and we appreciate you, Deputy Minister in the midst, and looking forward working with you as the Circle of Global Business Women. Without wasting my time, and academics, they don't want long introductions, but because of the political post that you have, I must speak about who you are. And thank you very much for actually joining us today. The floor is yours, Deputy Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Program Director, President Cindy Shabalala, Dr. Gunon, the President of French South African Chamber of Commerce, President Thandi Mabena, Dr. Manani Mahau, Mr. Mula, President Betha Dlamini, Ms. Jean, Chief Director Mahapwa, Ms. Visalungu, the Director, Cycle of Global Business Women, the Women in Energy Sector, all social partners and participants in this seminar. Greetings. It is a profound privilege and an honor to participate in this very important Women in Energy seminar with a focus on promoting the role of women in sustainable energy for inclusive industrial development in South Africa and Africa in the COVID-19 world. When we speak of development as successive stages moving into a higher trajectory, then the pertinent question in our instance becomes how we can envisage the next stage of energy versus the inclusive role of women. The theme of this seminar is therefore an important call on a gender-inclusive industrial development strategy. It is a call on the reimagination of the future, wherein as we go above solving our energy challenges, we must have women playing an equal role in that new higher stage of development. Of course, we are bound to recognize and infuse in our development strategies the new normal imposed on all of us, as it is also with all countries by the COVID-19 pandemic. The broad environment under which we convene here in this seminar is relevant to our thematic choice, is that there is history on the oppression and marginalization of women in South Africa. Consequently, we have characterized the conditions faced by women as a triple oppression on account of race, gender, and class. This is the backdrop against which we evaluate the ongoing challenges faced by women, for which we must find sustainable development solutions. Similar on energy, we are faced with serious challenges, hence the call for what we have been characterized as the just energy transition. As South Africa, we are signatory to a number of international instruments, amongst which are those pertaining to combating global warming. In this context, there have been increased calls for a just energy transition from fossil energy sources such as oil and coal to renewable sources such as solar and wind. The aim is to ensure that by the year 2050, we have a decarbonized economy, limiting global warming within 1.5% temperature increase. The calls for a just energy transition is a recognition that whilst the transition into renewable and clean energy sources is inevitable, that cannot be done at the expense of energy security, such as compromising baseload electricity supply. In other words, we cannot afford to abandon coal and oil abruptly without a staged phasing in of renewable energy with a consideration on baseload and job security, amongst others. The main challenges pertaining renewable energy sources are those pertaining baseload electricity supply, basically meaning constant supply of uninterrupted electricity in South Africa. But because wind and sun are not always available, critics of renewable energy have always pointed this out as a serious weakness in our strategies that we employ as the government. A just energy transition must therefore recognize all such pitfalls on baseload electricity supply. This also relates to the issue of energy or battery storage, which I will speak further on a later stage. As South Africa, by far, our energy source is from coal, and we continue to engage stakeholders on the basis that coal is our primary energy source until baseload alternatives are found. We hope that the researchers into battery or energy storage will in future help phase out fossil sources of energy more rapidly. As we speak of a just energy transition into the next stage of energy development, we must utilize this as a window of opportunity for inclusive economic growth where women must play an integral part. What this means is that as we have not yet reached the stage where we can abandon altogether coal and oil, we must in the meantime ensure inclusivity of women in coal and oil. As the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, we are keen on increasing women participation in coal mining as a current source of energy. We cannot await a future ideal of a decarbonized economy before enlisting the participation of women in the energy sector. We also encourage women to partake in the petroleum industry, including the downstream retail sectors, which are as yet to be fully transformed in terms of race and gender. The energy sector is very dynamic, with new technologies being researched, and women should be empowered to participate in its broad spectrum as it evolves. Women should explore opportunities in the new energy environment of renewable energy. Through the Independent Power Producer Office Program Director, government continue to champion the renewable energy agenda. The recent promulgation into law of the new embedded generation threshold of 100 megawatts without the need for a license from the National Energy Regulator of South Africa will help enhance small-scale embedded generation. Globally, there is increased investment in energy storage as a way to circumvent the challenges of baseload electricity supply where renewable energy is concerned. We should encourage young women to enroll in skills development programs on energy storage. Consequently, the South African National Energy Association recognized these serious challenges, hence it has opinionated on energy storage technologies which will unlock a new gold rush for South Africa. And their conviction is that there is a need to develop an energy storage technology roadmap for South Africa that clearly identifies and maps out where the opportunities lies for different stakeholders. What skills will be needed to implement this and how people can get involved. We must then ensure that there is transparency, there is accessibility, stakeholders engagement processes are set up to be inclusive of all sectors of society, including women and youth, across gender, race, age, geographic, and rural-urban divides. A key consideration is the provision of information on energy storage technologies and the resulting entrepreneurship and job opportunities that is easily understood. Energy storage solution will determine how economies of the future are powered or energized, including transportation. Women should therefore look into how they can participate in storage technology research and innovation. Electric vehicles are some of the opportunities of the future. And countries that are early birds in advancing such technologies will have more competitive edge in the international economic trade. There are many practical ways in which women can participate in this innovative energy solution. The provision of solar and wind energy can help alleviate energy needs in areas that cannot be easily connected to the grid. For instance, the new 100 megawatt threshold for embedded generation without a license enables more room for economic planning, both for household domestic consumption and small-scale industrial development. To be an entrepreneur is to think out of the box and imagine possible economic activities that can sustainably result into an income source. Energy Program Director does not exist for itself, but for use in all economic activities. Women must therefore look into 100 megawatt threshold of embedded power generation to power various economic ventures. For instance, you could now power a chicken farm from the 100 megawatt threshold. You could basically run a small factory and retail facilities from this power provision. This is a tremendous opportunity, not only for big corporations, but also for the upcoming SMMEs. It is heartening that women have in fact taken the bull by the horns on energy matters, and this seminar bears testimony to that effect. Women have organized themselves on energy matters and have capitalized on platforms such as Women of Renewable Industries and Sustainable Energy, Women in Upstream Petroleum South Africa, and South African Wind Energy Association, and many more. The importance of institutional support on women empowerment is indispensable. This goes to getting the right information on empowerment as well as sourcing out finance on entrepreneurship. I therefore would encourage women to participate in such institutions geared to the empowerment of women. NESA, as the regulatory authority, is the source of empowerment processes information on what steps to take advantage of, as well as requirements for connection to the grid through ESCOM or local municipalities. In this way, women can fully take advantage of the small-scale embedded generation, which has been further enhanced by the 100 megawatt threshold. The SSEG sector demands various skills which women can focus on acquiring in various skills development institutions. As government, we have created many avenues for information sharing and empowerment, such as the Department of Small Business Development. But ultimately, it is upon the entrepreneurs to be seized with looking out for economic opportunities. The energy sector is broad and it includes nuclear, coal, petroleum, wind, solar, gas, and hydro. But there is none amongst these energy sources where women cannot participate. As I have said, Program Director, these are sources of energy to power our industrial development programs. Women should keep themselves abreast with new developments in the energy sector, such as the exploration for gas and oil, whose discovery can result in more economic opportunities. One of the areas to look into for economic opportunities is LNG. We must turn the adversity of the COVID-19 pandemic into an opportunity for women empowerment. Program Director, allow me to quote Dr. Petrarolo, who once says, "We must not let the trajectory of COVID-19 result in a loss of focus to the climate change imperative, but rather stimulate the economy through clean energy and a balanced low carbon stimulus portfolio that can bring significant benefits such as jobs and decarbonization." There is a strong view that South Africa cannot afford to be an island of success amidst a sea of poverty. This means we must also forge a development trajectory in partnership and in solidarity with women in neighboring countries. Through the World Energy Council and the South African National Energy Association, we can explore common development programs across the SADC region and continental Africa. As I conclude, Program Director, both the just energy transition and the COVID-19 pandemic must be utilized as an opportunity to rope in women into the next stage of our economic development. It is an opportunity to dismantle the stronghold of patriarchy in our economy. As the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, we have our doors always open for anyone seeking information that could help towards an inclusive industrial development program amidst this COVID-19 pandemic. As women, let us invade the space in the energy sector and challenge the status quo. It's now or never. I wish you well as you continue with this seminar. I thank you, Program Director, and the participants in this seminar.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Nkabane, for this powerful speech. We really humbled and honored. I'm sure you can see the excitement from Dr. Namane, the excitement from Dr. Gwenon, and we're looking forward working with the department. I mean, your last pronouncement, the just energy transition, and women must invade the space. And here we are sitting with you as a decision maker, giving us, that confidence that we must actually take our rightful position in the energy space and run with it. And also, Deputy Minister, you spoke vividly about young women participating on the energy storage, so that young men should understand and take their rightful position as well in the energy sector. And also the collaborative engagements with the World Energy Council and the South African National Energy Council as well, looking at partnering with these powerful institutions so that we can be influential in the energy sector as women. And also just to add on what you have said, Deputy Minister, each and every single country in the continent or globally, they cannot develop their economies without power. Power becomes key for any economic development, for any economic resuscitation in any particular country. So this webinar for us as the Circle of Global Business Women, and your speech as the Circle of Global Business Women, it gives us the energy to move forward and invade the space as women and take our rightful position in the sector. And we know your door is always open. You opened your door when we're requesting you to become our keynote address. You never hesitated. We got the message and you are here in the platform. This is the power of collaboration. We've got private sector in this platform. We've got government in this platform. We've got civil society in this platform that is looking at driving the energy strategy for South Africa and also looking at the continent. We are humbled and honored, Deputy Minister Dr. Nkabane, looking forward working with you. Without wasting my time now, I'm going to call my dearest sister, who is also an energy giant in global markets. And she's doing an amazing work. My dearest sister, Valerie Green, and working with UNIDO. And also thank you very much, my dearest sister, for joining us. And the minister, in her conclusion, she actually tapped into the global markets. And I think this is where you'll start, where the deputy minister has left. Thank you very much, Sister Valerie.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Program Director. And I would like to greet all our distinguished guests, all protocol observed, as well as our audience or our participants. And thank you really very much, Cindy, for giving me this opportunity to say a few words. I know I have 10 minutes, so I'm going to say what needs to be said. And I'd like to just refer everyone to the report which I've posted on the chat box so that you can actually get a better sense of what our work has been about. I'd like to actually start taking into account where we have all been over the past almost 2 years, the experience that we've had with COVID-19 and the problems that women are faced with that it has exposed. Sorry, Program Director, can you hear me? I'm just making sure you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, so let me just continue. So I'd like to just share a quote with you from our UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, which says, "The world of work cannot and should not look the same after this crisis. It is time for there to be a coordinated global, regional, and national effort to create decent work for all as the basis for a green, inclusive, and resilient economic recovery." Well, it's actually recovery, but I think economic is what we're talking about here as well. And I'd like to specifically add to what our UN Secretary General has said, that we need to be very specific in talking about women not being left behind as we talk about this transition. So just a brief introduction. I work for UNIDO, and the project that I'm going to be referencing is one we did in partnership with UN Women and with the support of the federal government of Germany. And our two focal point departments have been the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, as well as the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. But there have been many other stakeholders involved, as I will indicate. So I'm just going to really share some quick highlights, and I want to share a bit of good news because I'd like to believe that the work we have done has actually been a catalyst for some action. And while we are here to talk about energy, it's also always important to, especially I've come from an energy and climate background myself in the work I've done over many years, and it's always important to locate energy within the broader context of where it fits in terms of socioeconomic development, as well as where it fits in terms of climate change. So the important thing that I'd like to mention is that the work that we have done was informed by a view that women needed to be more visible in leadership positions, as well as areas of entrepreneurship. But to do that, we needed to have a particular entry point. And that entry point, as you'll hear from the private sector, is always about an enabling policy environment. And so hence we started by looking at policy. And what I've posted on the chat is a policy assessment report. And that report was launched by Minister Maita Nkona Mashabane on the 20th of July this year. And we further launched it under the banner of the National Treasury, because as I will indicate to you, they actually have quite an important role to play when we talk about creating an enabling policy environment for women to thrive in this industry. So one of the findings that I thought it would be important to share, based on the research that we had done, which included qualitative interviews with key women and men in the industry, both in government and the private sector, focus group discussions we had with professional women in the space, online interviews or surveys that we had with green entrepreneurs. And I have to tell you that there are very few women in South Africa at the moment who can be called green entrepreneurs, and probably we still need to define what that means. But hopefully after these discussions, we'll be able to start talking about a lot more women that we can say operates in the green industry space, and even define what we mean by that. And then of course, the key points I'm going to highlight now come from another methodology we use, which was called the critical feminist policy analysis, where we looked at 10 of what we considered and what our steering committee advised us were some of the key green industrial policies that we needed to look at that would help us to see to what extent was policy taking gender empowerment seriously. And our findings after looking at 10 of those critical policies was that 5 out of the 10 green industrial policies lacked gender consideration in their content. I'm happy to say, though, that given that this is a discussion about energy, the Department of Mineral and Energy was not one of those which lacked. In fact, in my opinion, and I think even when you look at the results of the report, you will find that the Department of Minerals and Energy has been one of the leading departments in terms of its focus on energy. The second finding was that 6 of the 10 green industrial policies contain little or no gender-specific commitments, targets, or strategies. And, you know, if you wanted to test this for yourselves, you could look at any policy and just do a search quickly, a word search, of how many times the word gender, woman, or empowerment is mentioned in localization strategies, in any strategy that you're looking at. And you will concur with me that there's very little reference to that. And as I've just pointed out in that second point, it's not just about how many times the word is mentioned, it's whether there are commitments, targets, and strategies. So what the report does, it highlights these issues and it offers some recommendations for the various government departments whose policies were reviewed to look at what needed to be done to change that kind of scoring. And I'm happy to say that we, especially during the month of Women's Month, we had lots of opportunity to present these findings on many platforms. And we were encouraged by the kind of response we received from both the private sector as well as the public sector. And in particular, I want to highlight the fact that one of the issues that came out of a report was awareness, that many women are not aware of what green industry means, and for that matter, even what gender mainstreaming means. So part of our program was about also with UN Women, trying to educate women about what that meant. And to the good news, I was saying that already, having looked at the report, various government departments have started to respond. Because remember, part of our big objective was to say that if we found shortfalls, could we then encourage government to either formulate or reformulate the policies that they have in place? So to begin with, we've had the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition in collaboration with the Departments of Mineral Resources and Energy and other players, re-looking at the renewable energy roadmap or master plan rather, and ensuring and even setting up a structure to specifically look at how gender is conceived throughout the process of policy making in the renewable energy space. The same applies to the development of the roadmap for hydrogen energy. They've also started a process of looking at how are women mentioned and how is empowerment considered and catered for throughout the development of the hydrogen energy roadmap. And we are, I think, encouraged that having worked with departments like Trade and Industry, Science and Innovation, etc., that this will not just stay with energy, it will extend to other areas. Our 3 areas were, for example, energy, waste, and transport. But of course, we've already heard the department saying that they'd like to revisit policies which are already in place and consider what gaps there are. So even in the automotive space, and bear in mind, given that we're talking about energy, we are also talking about how energy relates to to car manufacturing. Remember, we're talking about electric vehicles. So we're talking about energy within transport and mobility. And then another piece of good news, in my opinion, is that government itself had already been doing things. And I think this just helped to close the gaps in any of the thinking. And I'm going to refer in particular to the Department of Minerals, Resources and Energy. Congratulations for the formation of the Advisory Council. And I think you've been very receptive to taking some of the additional recommendations we've made in what to take beyond what you've already been doing to really continue to have year-on-year improvement in how you've played the game as far as gender empowerment has been concerned. And then in terms of the National Department of Treasury, when they relaunched this report, they themselves committed to a number of things, which I think you all need to be aware of in case you aren't, because this is also a finding that quite often women are not familiar with the programs or some of the initiatives, mainly because they're not necessarily in the positions to receive the information. And so a concerted effort needs to go out to specifically target women to receive information, whether it's about the Paris agreements, whether it's about the nationally determined commitments. If you've never heard these words before, then Cindy, my challenge is let us send out and bombard women with this information, because yes, I agree that we do have a responsibility also to do our own searching, as we found many women did. But it helps if we can make it easier to point them to not just the documentation or the policies, but where exactly are the opportunities, in which part of the value chain, in terms of what products, in which market. So the point that was made by National Treasury was that they are responsible and taking seriously the issue of preferential procurement for women-owned businesses, and that they have the responsibility to drive what they call, it's a very long acronym, gender responsive budgeting, planning, monitoring, and evaluation and auditing framework, which all departments need to apply. And so when we're talking about a green transition or a sustainable energy future, we're talking about, are we making budget allowances in each department to foster and promote the participation, leadership, entrepreneurship of women in this green energy space. And then another area of encouragement, I believe, is that the private sector, and I think there's still much work to be done in the private sector, but from the private sector, after receiving this report, we had the renewable energy sector represented by the wind and photovoltaic sectors, forming gender diversity groups to make sure that this issue is taken forward in their business arena. And then the South African Institute of Civil Engineering has also then taken up the challenge and said they would like to take forward the issue of gender mainstreaming and diversity within their particular sector. And I think for me, when we presented the report to that particular group, I realized how important your civil engineering sector is, in particular, given that our focus is currently on promoting infrastructural development, and many of our civil engineers, and they needn't just be engineers, they can be technicians at any level, need to be part of the process from the very beginning. And you know, when we talk about gender mainstreaming, we're not talking about women only. We are talking about an equality issue. We're talking about men and women. But as has been said in a number of conversations we've had on this topic, it needs men to be in the room. It needs men to also be educated about how they transition if they're going to make space or give opportunity for women to be mentored and given space to be part of the process going forward. And my final comment is a quote that I've taken from Director General Ndondo Makajani from National Treasury, who said that, sorry, I'm just looking for the quote. He said, sorry, I've now slipped it, but anyway, if I may paraphrase, he basically said that for us to succeed, because there are many issues relating to women involvement. There's issues that you've heard time and again, and they are iterated in the report. Issues of technology, of education, of knowing what kind of education to have in order to take advantage of these opportunities, as well as issues such as access to markets and finance. Beyond all of this, what the DG said to all of us is that it's not going to happen by itself. It's not going to happen by government alone. It requires all of us from all sectors of society, including the private sector, including the NGO community, including civil society, including you and I, to be conscious that the world is changing. We need to change with it too, and we all need to be part of that change. And that we move forward when we talk about policy making with the idea that yes, there are issues such as energy poverty, energy access. There are issues such as women being the most vulnerable, as always said in policy documents in terms of climate change. But there's also an opportunity for women to be considered as able-bodied human beings who have a viable and intelligent and magnificent contribution to make to this transition. We need that collective wisdom. We need that empathy, that ability to see problems holistically that women bring to the table, apart and in addition to the technical skills. And I think that's essentially the message that I wanted to share with all of you today. Program Director, once again, I thank you for your invitation and thank you to the audience for your participation.
Thank you very much, our dearest sister Valerie, and for the support that you're giving the sector of global business women. And we have walked this journey together, and we're still together in this platform again of actually looking at renewable energy and how do women mainstreamed in that sector. But the critical 3 points that we have mentioned that would want just the sector of global business women to take them forward. The renewable energy master plan as well. The role of women there is very important and critical. And also pointing women to the right direction. What I've discovered, Sister Valerie, is that some women have a low self-esteem. Even if when you put an opportunity in front of them, they don't see it. Because of the pivoting in the storm, they've gone through a lot of challenges. And I think you mentioned a very important point, so that we actually unpack these opportunities so they understand in the value chain, because what is important is to actually look at the value chain and say, in the value chain itself, these are the opportunities that women can concentrate on them. These are the opportunities that women can actually participate on them as well, moving forward. And also the private sector is very important and critical when it comes to the role of enterprise development, when it comes to actually giving women an opportunity to participate in key decision-making, positions and influence in that particular sector. And thank you very much for this powerful message. And now, as you have just spoken, I think you were actually, being a trailblazer for women in energy. Yes, we do have women that have thrived in the sector. When I joined the sector, when I'm the former group CEO for Edison Power, it was a few women, even within Edison Power, we had to change the phase. I was the only executive leader. And today, I'm not the only one. And I serve as the board chairman of Edison Power Group in KZN. And we appreciate that, because women slowly but surely are taking the right position and influential positions in the marketplace. And thank you very much. And now I'd like to introduce a women Deputy Minister Nkabane that are actually trailblazers in the sector as well. Women that have actually made a difference in the sector. The women that I'm talking about, it's women that have worked with them. It's not a hearsay. It's women that have shaped my career in the energy sector to be who I am today. And I appreciate them because they are really gentle giants. And they always say that dynamite comes in small packages. And I'll start with this gentle giant who's a dynamite, Miss Panki Majola, who is an engineer executive at Eguruleni municipality, but also she's the chairperson of Women in Electricity. Thank you very much, our dearest sister. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning. Good morning, our distinguished guests, ladies from various organizations that are supporting women in development of women. This is such an exciting event to be here to discuss the issues that we are faced with as women. I am more on the utility side, so I will be discussing the challenges that the women in the utilities are being faced with at all times. What we must understand is that gender mainstreaming is a process of assessing the implications of women and men on any planned action, including legislation and policies or programs in all areas at all levels. We have seen women participation in the gender mainstreaming, but the question that we keep on asking is, are these women sitting there as numbers, or are they being given a chance to participate in policies? We do have the women representing us at policy level, but when the policy comes out at policy level, do we see the representation of women? On the energy side, specifically on electricity, if we look at the use of electricity, women are the core users of electricity. Rural areas, we still have women who travel for hours just to go and get wood and water to come and make food for the family. So these are the same women that we must ensure that they sit in the boardrooms and make decisions about the uses of electricity. We have seen in the past that women sit and they end up spending more time on cooking and making up coal stoves. But what we are saying is if women and a girl child are given an opportunity to start being part of the electricity or the energy mix to decide what is needed, this will actually shorten the time. I mean, we see a girl child who comes back from school, they first start by fetching the wood. Do they have time to sit and do homework? These are the women that we want them to sit in the boardroom and explain to the policies why this is very crucial for us women to be part of the policies that we deal with daily. But what we have seen with the tariff increases, we have seen that single women who are heading households, they are being impacted by these increases of tariff. So we are going one step forward in terms of ensuring that women are participating in the energy mix, are part of the electricity sector. But where we are sitting as utility, we are seeing women which are single women, which are heading households that are battling with the use of electricity. They are battling with the current tariffs that are being introduced. So we need to go back to say, how can we look at assisting? We do have tariffs that try and assist in terms of low income earners, but we must start probably looking at how do we assist in terms of tariffs for these single-headed women. We have seen in other countries where we have seen projects that are specifically aimed at women. I mean, in India, we have projects that if the project is going to benefit women, that project is funded more compared to other projects. Maybe we need to start looking at that today. In the utility sectors, the current projects that we have, they are not gender sensitive, but this is why we have this platform and our esteemed guests that are what I am happy with. I heard that the public procurement, 40% of it is going to go to women. This was very exciting for me because we sit and we see women struggling that they can't break the barriers to be part of the public procurement space. So we are very excited what government is doing to ensure that women are breaking through into the public sector as entrepreneurs to be able to compete equally with the male counterparts. We have seen the amazing work that is being done by the Circle of Global Businesswomen, where they are trying, partnering with young organizations like us to say, how do we assist women to be leaders within the utility? Because we do have quite a lot of ladies in the utility. But what is important is to ensure that they take those leadership roles. I mean, my president, we've just discussed now to say the opportunities are there, but women are scared. But we are here as leaders as well to make sure that we hold their hands and we say to them, you can make it. The challenges in the utilities, there's quite a vast challenges that most women are faced with. When we look at gender mainstreaming in the utilities, we still have a long way to go. We need to ensure that we have ladies that have been sitting in one position for over 20 years. So these are the issues to say to them, there is a gender mainstreaming programs happening. How do we assist them to be at leadership positions? The gender, in terms of the electricity mix, we are excited as utilities. We have started projects where we are making sure that we are part of the energy mix. We are looking at the SSEGs. We are encouraging women as well to head these projects because it's very, very critical that they head this project. But what is another problem we are faced with? They will start the project, but the completion of the project will be taken over by a male senior counterpart, which is very, very critical. That these are projects that we must make sure that as a woman, when you start a project, especially where there's an energy need, the women take that project, runs with it right up to closure. We don't leave them halfway and say, no, they are battling. So these are the challenges we are facing. But we have women that are assisting us to ensure that we look at that. But we must say, in terms of the renewable energy, there is a lot that has been happening in the utilities. Women are given chances to be part of this. We have looked at different ways to say, how are these projects that are ensuring that women that we have that are living in informal settlement, are we giving them a chance to have electricity? I mean, we do all these policies, but are women in the informal settlement part of these policies? We sit at our big quotas and involve these women councillors to be part of our policy, because women councillors are the same people that we are delivering service to, that sit in the boardroom and say, I'm a woman councillor and I'm here to fight the right of the women. So it's important that these women councillors that are at the battlefield principle side of it are part of these policies that we sit and ensure that they are part of the whole energy mix of it. So I see, I'm not going to long, President, I see the time, we are just outside of the time. But I must say, I'm very excited. There is so much that's been happening from government side with women, as women in electricity, that we are looking at the utilities. We are very, very excited about what we did today. The support, I mean, what UNIDO has told us today is very, very interesting, what UNIDO has been doing. And we have been trying to ensure that we try and align ourselves in terms of what national is happening in terms of women advancement, specifically in the utility. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Panki Majola. You know, what you say you put in practice. I mean, as a board member and also a board chair for Edison Power Group, I submit to you as my chairperson in the Women in Electricity. And I've came to you for guidance, and you never pointed me in the wrong direction. You always point me in the right direction. That's why you are saying that we need to unpack this and make sure that we point women in the right direction and make sure they understand their role in terms of mentorship, in terms of sustainability. But what we have actually unraveled, Chairperson Banki, is the role of women and young girls that go and fetch wood and walk long distances, and they end up being raped in the process of actually getting wood so that they can go and cook. And now what you are saying that we need to have women that are influential in these decisions, in women in electricity, so that they can actually come up with products that will actually make the women not walk a long distance, because women are the highest when it comes to consumption, and women are actually leading. And now we need to actually have a pro strategy that says women should be put in front in terms of any solution that is being brought forward, so that we minimize the challenge that women are facing on the ground. And thank you very much, my chairperson, for that powerful message, and that you have given as the chairperson for Women in Electricity. And you are a partner to the Circle of Global Business Women. We appreciate you. We really love working with you, because you always give us guidance in any strategy that we're presenting in terms of women in electricity, and guide us as well. I mean, you have actually mentioned a very powerful strategy that women start projects, but they don't finish them. And these projects, they end up being taken by male counterparts. But we need to find a way of actually pushing these women to actually go through these projects and make the projects to right to the end, and they get the completion certificate. Because the key thing, as you know, as an engineer, Chairperson Banki, is the completion certificate, so that you'll be able to actually get more work in that space that we are in the energy sector or power sector. The driver is the completion certificate. If you don't finish your work, your reference is not good to get more projects in the marketplace. And thank you very much for actually, coming up with this strategy and this solution for women in the marketplace. As the Circle of Global Business Women, we've noted it, and we'll definitely make a follow-up and see what type of programs can you come up with to empower women in terms of mentorship and coaching in those sectors, in partnership with Women in Electricity. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Now I'm going to call my dearest sister, Miss Chauke, Shelley Chauke. Shelley Chauke is the executive director for ECTOM, and a dearest sister that I've traveled this journey in the energy sector together, being advisory board members of African Utility Week and Power Gen Africa. And I appreciate her as my sister, because she was my right hand in the advisory board, because there were certain instances where we used to work around the clock, and when it's about lunchtime, and I will sleep, and Shelley will just looking at me and winking with her shoulder, says, wake up, President, we're in a session. And thank you very much for being my sister's keeper in the energy space. And today you're in this platform. The floor is yours, sis.
Good morning to everybody on the platform. Good morning to distinguished guests. Our Deputy Minister, if she's still on the line, and all other protocol observed. And yeah, I want to say thank you so much to my sister. She's my sister first, and my president of the Circle of Global Business Women. And I'm privileged to say that when this baby was born, I was there, I saw this vision, and always, will give gratitude, to our president, Cindy, who has taken the bull by its horns, to make this a possibility. And I know through this platform, many women who are out there who think, that the bar is too high, will through this platform be led and guided into coming on board and participating. My participation, I'm in industry, so everything that is being said, I see it happening, right on the ground, because I am there in the mix and have an overview of when we say, women are completely not visible in the sector. If we have to look in regard to a percentage. You know, it's such a drop in the ocean, having women not participating, you know, in as far as energy is concerned. As was said before, we are the biggest users of electricity, but we are not participating in making it a possibility. Within my journey, I'm privileged, you know, as I say, from industry, where we would see projects going out. Unfortunately, it's all on tender basis, where you are expecting to see proposals coming in from women. We are completely seeing none of that currently, because the bar may be, you know, in some instances a bit too high for women to participate, because we are looking at the three spheres. And okay, SDNL, you know, would normally be one which there will be achievement. But when we look at commercial and technical, within the industry sector, we know that it is an industry where you have to have technical expertise. We know that women, you know, would participate, you know, within the industry sector. There is your balance of plant, you know, your areas where technical expertise are not really that much required, but we have areas where we need women to be technically competent. And in this case, because building up those references and acquiring that technical expertise, you know, one has to be on within the playground to attain those, and opening the door for women to come in. You know, it's easier to say than done, because we expect them to qualify, you know, for what is required to perform those duties. It is very, very exciting, you know, that our honorable president made the 40% available, you know, for women to participate. But what do we have as women, you know, when this 40% becomes available? What do we have, you know, in our toolbox, in our toolboxes, to go out there and say, you know, Mr. President, we can do A, we can do B, we can do C, because we need to demonstrate our expertise in these fields. So my call to women will be, you know, women, go out there on these platforms like Circle of Global Business Women, find each other and collaborate. We bring our skills together, our know-how, and together in one voice, we can say, you know, we've got the different expertise within our group to perform certain duties. Alone, you know, as islands, we will not get very far. We will get tired and give up. And then, you know, have the analogy that, you know, women are not given chances to come in and participate. Whereas it is for us to strategize and to look at, you know, what each and every one of us have in our toolbox, and demonstrate those expertise, have a project where we can bring, you know, all of it together in order to perform and to excel and to finish our the projects, as Sister Punki has said. You know, we start, but we don't finish. And that impacts, you know, not just on your company as a woman-owned company, but on all other women-owned companies, because unfortunately we will be judged, you know, on the same level. So my call is for women. Let's roll up our sleeves, as my brother Des mentioned. You know, kick our high heels off and our manicured fingers, and put on our hard hats and our overalls, and take our tools and climb, you know, ladders and perform, you know, in terms of what the task is at hand. Because in most cases, what I've also noted is that women who are technically qualified engineers would be placed in management roles, and nothing wrong with that. But we need women to also be on the ground operationally down there in the mud, and working as technicians, guiding, you know, our younger girls who are also coming, you know, joining them. They can see they lead, that we lead in what we do for them, you know, to follow us. We have the market, the energy market is such a big market. We should not just be focused on what we have locally. We know that locally we've got the IPPs, we've got excitingly a nuclear program that may be up and running, but we must also look globally. Our continent is been named as the continent, the dark continent. So that means lots of opportunities for us to go and electrify, to go and work with women or companies within our continent, where we can hold hands and lit up the continent, because it is for us to go out there and do that for ourselves. You know, nobody is going to come and do it for us. So that is my observation. And in terms of skills development, you know, let us do as much as we can to acquire the necessary skills, so that when we sit in the boardroom, where we are we have to clarify and to explain, you know, what we can do. We should be able to say, you know, this is our expertise, this is what we can do, and you know, take the bull by the horns. And Madam President, thank you very much for this platform, because we know it is a platform that is going to empower women. You know, when we say empower women, you know, what do we mean? We don't just have, you know, conferences to talk about what it is that we want to do, but let's strategize on how we are going to do it, so that when an opportunity presents itself, we are fully prepared. We know how we are going to unpack and do our projects and excel. We see we see very few women in the manufacturing space, you know, where we can employ, because manufacturing is that sector where we can employ people. We can employ, you know, our young people, whom we know that there is such a great number of unemployment out there. You know, people are without jobs. So let us start manufacturing facilities for the nuclear projects that comes up, for the IPPs that comes up, for projects that are out there in industry. They all need some form of manufacturing. So let us find out, let us go and do some research. What is it that we need to start up this big manufacturing facilities where women can be in the forefront, can run and lead these organizations. And when we say women, we know that as women, we need our male counterparts. They have been there, they've been ahead of us. And it is for us to stick closer to them, for them to empower, for them to leverage some of those skills that we need. we have a situation where we have many welders in some of our factories. And to look at some of the women welders who we have appointed, women are good at certain skills, and they do that better. But that also does not mean that we overlook our male counterparts, because they have their own set of skills, their own abilities, which when we put the two together, we come up with a wonderful product. So let us not leave our male counterparts behind. Let's work with them. They have been there. They mistakes that we still think we are going to make, which they had paid the school fees for, we don't have to make. And we run this race, and know that as women, we need to be exemplary. We need to say, when we say women are not having opportunities, we need to know exactly what we talk about. When they open an opportunity and say, here is an opportunity, we should not be found wanting, not knowing, where to start. So let us collaborate. Collaboration is the best instrument we can use to empower each other and to motivate each other. It is, being out there as an entrepreneur is a cold place sometimes, where you all by yourself, fighting all by yourself, and not knowing, that there is platforms where as women we can come together and discuss and not be in competition with each other, but rather make the pie, the circle bigger, so that we can all in the end benefit from it and be, the leaders that we should be. And with this few words, I would like to encourage our women out there. When we compete with other global companies or local companies, when you submit your proposal, we are not being seen as this is a woman-owned company. They've got the leverage of not qualifying to the standards that are required. No, we are competing on equal basis, on pricing, on our know-how. So let us go out and acquire all those, so that when the race is ran and we all start from the same point, that we can also, finish our race and be competent women who are not just, in administrative positions or in functions where somewhere in the back in the kitchen, catering, which there's nothing wrong with that, cleaning services, there's nothing wrong with that. But let's get involved in the mainstream, the mainstream where we are saying, that used to be male dominated. Let us tap into that and show our expertise, because we have got those expertise, and be confident, as was said. In most cases, we find women, we are still a bit, withdrawn, because we think, we don't have what it takes. But we definitely do. Given an opportunity, women can come in and really, fully participate and be on board and go out, into the storm, when services are required. You know, we can see women coming in their overalls and their hard hats and performing, you know, what was previously very unwomanlike. And from an industry point of view, I, you know, always look at what we get in, and unfortunately, at the moment, it is still very, 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 very a few women who are taking, you know, these opportunities on, because they do not, you know, there's a whole lot of blocks that needs to be ticked, and some of the blocks are unfortunately not ticked because of not having had an opportunity to participate, you know, having had an opportunity to create those references that are required. And unfortunately, you know, I have to say that it is a situation where you cannot come and build me a house if you haven't built your own yet, where I can go and see that company X have got the skill, they've got the abilities to do. And that is where we compile those references for ourselves. I always advise women as well that go out and find partners. You know, sometimes we need to find those OEM partners out there who have been there for many years, who have got the skill, you know, and partner with them in order for you to gain, you know, expertise, to use their weight to help you to qualify. Those are some of the things, you know, we need to tap into as women in order to make to create, you know, those success stories for ourselves, and be a force to reckon with, and be able to go and find support as the global circle of business women, you know, with indoors, you know, to government departments, where sometimes we know from government, you know, there will be opportunities made available, but unfortunately, the competition out there is very, very high, you know, for women to come in, where we can ask for a certain percentage to be ring-fenced for women, you know, even if it's not the lion's share, but just to give us an opportunity to come in and start building, you know, our companies, women-owned companies, and how can I put it? We don't want the quality, because unfortunately within the industry, energy, you know, we are building bombs. We are building very, very dangerous equipment, which can be catastrophic if we cut corners. But we want to be in there where we can have an opportunity to partner, or to be given just a small corner to start building, you know, these companies up. Otherwise, we will have a lot of companies, you know, on CIPC, businesses registered, women businesses registered. But when you go and look at how many of them became successful, how many of them are still there active, is disappointing to find that there might be only 1% or 0 point something percent, because the bar is set very high. You have to come and compete with people who has been in the race, who are 200 meters ahead of you, but you have to catch up with them and finish with them, which is in most cases not possible. So we need to start somewhere. We need to go away from this conference, having put some measures in place and say, okay, we are now looking at the nuclear program that is coming up. We've got our brother Des and Dr. Eve there. My colleagues in the race, we've been running very long together. And we know exactly what is required. And while there is still time, let's use this time to prepare ourselves so that we are not found wanting when the door is opened and these opportunities are now on the table. We know within the nuclear section, because we are dealing with nuclear, so the qualifications are very, very high, but it's not that we can not prepare ourselves. We have been in preparation for nuclear for many years now. We have had ASME qualifications, which we were trying to get, some stamps and get our welders to be qualified for such. When it comes out that we don't see an influx, of international companies coming in and taking the lion's share, and local companies are left with the crumbs on the table. But to achieve that, we need to prepare ourselves. We need to position ourselves such that we are ready when that comes on stream. And of course, we would like to see women participation in very meaningful positions where we can have women proudly, delivering on some of the activities that will be available, and such on the IPPs as well, our renewable projects, where we have solar panels being manufactured locally. So that is all, the industries we should be looking into in order to build our own economy and to create those jobs. That is for me, sitting in the industry, watching, the whole unfolding of when we say energy, energy is very big. We've got electricity, we've got, oil and gas and so forth. And having women participating, having women also leading with our male counterparts, and rolling our sleeves up and say, this is what we have in our kitty, this is what we have in our toolbox, and we would like, to participate, Mr. President, in one voice, maybe as the circle, that we have a bigger voice, and we have the know-how. We are not just all talk and nothing to show. So let us prepare ourselves. Let's get ready. Let's send the word out there. To many women, we are sitting in all corners with skills. Some have got the skills, but they just don't know how. They don't know where to start. And we know the big elephant in the room is always finance. Where do you get the investments from? There's a situation where it's so hard, to attain funding, but with the help, I'm sure with the help from our government, we could find some way to be supported in coming on stream and participating. And that is my contribution, Madam President. And from where I am sitting, I'm constantly looking at seeing, how we can, as industry, when a group of women come to a company like ours, which is Actom, we are in the manufacturing business of manufacturing, you know, all electrical equipment, coming and saying, you know, this is what we do as women. We manufacture. We are in the wiring business. We are in the skills. You know, we've got skills so that we can subcontract, you know, to yourselves, and such initiatives where we can start with the stimulation, because we need to stimulate on the ground, you know, operationally, to see our women excelling, to see our women coming on stream and participating in this wide industry, which has got so many opportunities at home and on the continent, and working together with women on the continent and unearthing, you know, all the talent, our young people, our boys as well. You know, we as women, we are still mother of boys, and it is for us, you know, to stimulate them and to bring them on board to participate meaningfully. And with those words, Madam President, thank you very much.
Shelley. The other part that she didn't mention, Shelley is also a shareholder and also an executive director. She's an engineer. She is operational. She knows the technical part. She's all over the company. Everybody knows her very well when she is actually leading with dignity and integrity. Thank you so much, my dearest sister, with this in-depth information. And I think it's very important for women like you to share the experience in this platform so that other women should understand that it's not only about being a shareholder. It's about operational management. It's about getting your hands dirty. It's about exchanging your high heels and you get the boots, you get the helmet, you go to the site. And when you get into the site, you only see men and the only woman in the site. This is the experience that we're talking about. And I love it, because that's what the electricity and the energy sector does. It gives us the confidence to be amongst our brothers and not fight with them. And they end up calling you, see. You know, when you go to the site, it was just fascinating for me. My first site visit, I was a little bit overwhelmed, but as time goes on, gradually, you get to understand the technical know-hows and you work with your brothers, the foremen, the site managers, and thank you very much for this in-depth, so that women that are actually aspiring to be in this sector, they don't just see you wearing a high heel and you are the so-called executive director of Actom and they don't know where you come from, but they must know that it's tough out there. They must know that they must work hard. They must know when they are given an opportunity, they must just appreciate that opportunity. And that's very important, because women at times, they don't appreciate opportunities. Instead of actually going an extra mile, they want you to spoon feed them, but they know where they want to go. So I think mentorship and coaching programs would actually help most women that are trying to pivot the storm and understand who they are in the marketplace. Thank you very much, my dearest sister. Now I'm going to call the chairperson for the energy sector at the Sector of Global Business Women, Sandra Nyarenda, who's also in the energy space and also the chair for the energy sector. Sandra, the floor is yours, my dearest sister.
Thank you, Madam President. Good day to all the esteemed speakers. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'd like to say thank you to all the previous speakers. You've made my talk a lot easier, as you've touched on most of the issues that I wanted to talk to everyone about. I'm an entrepreneur at heart, and I have a drive to empower other women, and it is my passion and dream every day to see women rise and get empowered. So lately, my point of inspiration has been the launch of Inspiration 4, the SpaceX into Space. And this for me, speaks to a lot of what we're doing in the energy sector with the Circle of Global Business Women, where you find that a team of non-effort and everything that they could do together to get into space. I'm particularly inspired by the lady, Dr. Sian, who flew the spacecraft into space. She had never been to, none of them had been to space, but she took the seat of prosperity. And what inspires me about that is that although she was a fighter jet pilot, she took this opportunity to fly into space. And for months on end, since 2020, they were preparing for this journey. They did their homework, they researched, they did whatever. So I think this also speaks to us as women in energy. We are not all necessarily experts in energy, but like Ms. Chauke said rightly, we need to know what we are talking about. We need to know our story. So it's important for us to then do our homework once we get into the space and lead. I'm just going to talk a bit about what we do. We, as Sarata Energy, we're in partnership with a company called Gas Now. The business was formed on the premise that safe, reliable, clean, and efficient and versatile LPG plays a growing role in meeting Africa's energy needs as a modern energy serving millions of people across the region. It is readily available, easily stored and transported, and produces fewer greenhouse gases than any other fossil fuel. In addition, it is better for health, safety than firewood and charcoal and paraffin. Earlier on, our other speakers spoke about the dangers of women going out to search for firewood and getting raped and other ills that come with going out to do that. Mentioning as well the time that we spend losing on what we could have spent for firewood. Their brothers are helping them, but of course we all know the results of all of this. LPG has a wide variety of consumer applications, which is including cooking, heating, and lighting in the home. We make it a point at Sarata of proposing the solution best adapted to each customer's needs, offering various sizes of LPG cylinders as well as bulk solutions, including home deliveries and on-site management. As population growth coupled with economic and social development continues to increase Africa's energy requirements and heighten the need for greater environmental protection, we are convinced that LPG is an ideal part of the solution. The stats have already been said in terms of how many fires are caused due to toxic fluids. I will not repeat those. But besides the emotional trauma that comes with death and loss of property, we are well aware of the social ills that come from girls having to spend so much time in the woods looking for firewood. Accelerating on UN SDG 7, clean energy for all. This requires rapid progress on access to energy for clean cooking. It is unacceptable that billions of people across the globe still live without clean cooking facilities. This issue is too often overlooked and is harming the environment, people's health, and economic opportunities. To combat these challenges, we have partnered with Gas Now and other companies to offer clean, affordable cooking solutions to low-income earning communities and informal settlement dwellers. The solution in this is installing an LPG cook stove, startup kit, and alternatively with a pay-as-you-go meter for the targeted families. We know how useful this can be when it is difficult to fill a full cylinder at the end of the month. The proposal is to set up the shop, which is community or women group owned under a social franchise strategy, and to provide the startup kits, cooking kits to get targeted communities to access clean, affordable cooking. This includes a delivery vehicle small enough to reach any home within a given radius from the shop. By participating in this initiative, organizations will be helping South Africa to meet the UN SDG 7. Helping the low-income families move towards clean cooking will dramatically improve community health, which speaks to SDG 3 in South Africa, and advance gender equality by enhancing women's economic opportunities. Again, we're speaking towards SDG 5. We are passionate about the role of innovative technology and LPG in making significant progress in tackling this major global crisis to make meaningful headway. It is vital with partners in South Africa to work with partners in South Africa and the region. We would like, therefore, to invite organizations to partner with women in the Circle of Global Business Women Energy Sector to partner with us and put this mission into action as we continue to transform lives and unlock potential through access to clean, affordable cooking. As the Energy Sector Committee Chair, I'd like to also invite participating companies and organizations to have a look at all the innovative projects and solutions that are available from our platform. For example, we have a mobile cart which can be powered by solar and houses several other small businesses powered by solar, such as a mobile kitchen, a barber shop, a phone charging station, a fresh juice pressing station, financial services pay points. This has the potential to create sustainable jobs, income, and renewable power generation. This is done by one of our very own in the energy group. Wonga Holdings is also a mining company which is owned and run by one of our team members, which has diversified into the energy sector to solve all problems across the energy value chain. As the Circle of Global Business Women Energy Sector, we're heeding the call from the President, from the Minister, and from the nation at large. We are ready to change the status quo in the energy sector. Consulting services are available in solar, wind, and biogas. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to a brighter future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Sandy, for this powerful presentation on the work that you're doing in the energy sector as the chair, and also your colleagues, and the powerful, proposals that you've brought on board on behalf of the Circle of Global Business Women in the platform. And we're looking forward working with all our critical stakeholders. I saw President Bertha, she was panting collaboration, 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 collaboration. There's nothing that the Circle of Global Business Women can do without collaborating with other women in the sector, without collaborating with the Department of Minerals and Resources and Energy, without collaborating with the private sector to actually make sure that what we are actually presenting today, it's clean energy, and it's in accordance with the Paris Agreement when you're talking about, the mitigation strategies of climate change. And thank you very much for this powerful presentation. Thank you, Sandy. Now, we have listened to women in the energy sector. This is really exciting for me because now you'd understand what it takes to be a woman in the energy sector and the work that they do and the expression and the love and the passion that they have to solve problems for women that are actually walking a long distance to fetch wood so that they can make fire to cook. And Sandy is actually presenting a powerful model on the gas, which is a community-driven initiative, and also looking at even buying the airtime and actually using it and loading it, and it's very easy. So thank you very much, Sandy, for this powerful presentation. Now, because there was a reason why we had to put women in energy, so that when a gentle giant, a sister of mine, President Bertha, Dlamini. We used to meet with her, with Shelley, in these platforms. At times it's going to be the three of us, then we cuddle the three of us in a corner because the whole conference is full of men. And today is leading one of the most powerful women associations in the continent, which is called Women in Power and Energy. And our dearest sister, she's going to speak about women transformational leadership in the energy sector. And I'm sure you've heard what women have spoken about, but now President Bertha is coming up just to seal the deal and give us a way forward. Thank you, President Bertha. The floor is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Global Circle of Business Women. Congratulations, Global President and your global team. You're doing exceptional work. Deputy Minister, Dr. Nobuhle Nkabane. The launch of the Women Empowerment and Gender Equality Strategy gives courage to a lot of organizations that have invested resources to support women's participation in the energy and power sector as providers of products, services, solutions, and systems. And we're looking forward to working with your department to advance the ambitions of that strategy. Leaders and delegates, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you're joining us. Every sector has an ecosystem of interrelated and interdependent stakeholders. In most cases, they strive to work collaboratively to influence industry policy to create an enabling environment for all players, local and multinational companies, a friendly environment for foreign direct investment, a regulatory regime that supports economic growth. The energy sector plays a critical role in supporting the economic performance of industries. It is the bedrock of economic prosperity, not only in Africa, but in the rest of the world. It is the foundation for all 17 Sustainable Development Goals. In Africa, we will not realize the ambition of the African Union Agenda 2063 or the audacious trade ambitions of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement without sustainable supply of clean, affordable energy for households and for industry. The continent requires an energy mix tailored for its specific industrialization ambitions. Internationally, this sector is experiencing rapid technology disruption. This disruption behooves leaders to reimagine their role in creating an inclusive energy economy and ecosystem. To achieve this, we need leaders to be one with the system that they are leading. Leaders who collaborate and integrate diverse perspectives in pursuit of superior solutions for the common good of all, women, youth, and people living with disabilities. Transformational leadership is a leadership style where leaders encourage, inspire, and motivate innovative solutions that advance change. They work in chaos and through chaos with multiple stakeholders. They have the capacity to manage complexity without simplifying the situation of concern. Transformational leaders have the capacity for value-based sense-making, morally imbued, relevant behavior aimed at virtuous outcomes. This is where one feels and one does the right things at the right time with reference to the right objects, towards the right people, with the right motive and in the right way. And this is in reference to opening up markets and value chains for equitable participation in the energy sector by women, youth, and people living with disabilities. The Paris Agreement is a legal binding international treaty on climate change. It was adopted by 196 parties at the COP21 in Paris in December of 2015. All 54 African countries have signed the Paris Agreement and 45 have ratified it. The continent emits less than 4% of the total global greenhouse gas emissions. 7 out of 10 countries in the world that are deemed to be vulnerable and threatened by climate change are African countries. There is a huge potential for renewable energy. The African Development Bank has already established an Africa Nationally Determined Contribution Hub, which will assist African countries to mitigate and adapt new energy technologies. Energy and power, and the power sector is commonly targeted across all countries for the transition. What we have seen on the continent and what leaders have done is an emphasis on employment equity. A recent study conducted by the International Renewable Energy Agency across multiple markets, including South Africa, found that women make up only 32% of the renewable energy sector, whereas enterprise development and data speaking to the nexus between energy, entrepreneurship, and gender is rare and sparse. The energy revolution is converging with the fourth industrial revolution in energy decarbonization, decentralization, digitalization, and deregulation. There is an interdependence and interconnectedness of energy and industrialization. And this is a chief motivator for energy policy and infrastructure planning. Energy is pivotal for socio-economic development on the continent and industrial activities, but we sit with more than 600 million people still without access to electricity. Electrification efforts are lagging behind, yet the population growth is soaring without access to clean, affordable, and modern energy. Renewable energy will play a key role in sub-Saharan Africa. Leaders need to apply transformational interventions to create a balanced energy mix that will see the continent accrue benefits from sustainable, reliable supply of clean, modern, affordable energy. The Southern African power pool is the most advanced and connected electricity grid on the continent. Other power pools are in different stages of electricity infrastructure development. Individual countries do not have large energy systems to warrant local manufacturing facilities. Countries also do not have intellectual properties on renewable energy technology, or they're at varying stages of development of intellectual property. However, all countries have ample raw material to contribute to the value chains of solar PV solutions and other renewable energy value chains. As regions, we command sufficient demand capacity to warrant local manufacturing capacity. Therefore, short to medium term participation in the energy transition trajectory needs creative and catalytic policy frameworks to ensure Africa's real participation in local and global value chains. And this is where we embed as leaders the participation of women, youth, and people living with disabilities. We want to see growth in the percentage of products, solution systems that dominate our electricity grids that come from our markets. There lies a profound opportunity to create an inclusive energy and power sector. Electricity utilities and their leadership therefore have to reimagine the role they play within the energy ecosystem as leaders and providers of service, as customers become independent and self-sufficient, and as countries pursue decarbonized solutions, decentralized solutions, digitized solutions, and energy systems. There is an emergence of independent power producers that require transformational leadership, a leadership that is in touch with the socio-economic requirements of their markets. There is a rapid emergence of independent power producers. This happens without a sector charter for the renewable energy for South Africa and the rest of the continent, or a compact between public sector, private sector, and civil society on equitable economic participation by all. We need to change this now to ensure that this growing sector, which will soon surpass the scale of the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Procurement Program, also commits to Sustainable Development Goals number 5, which speaks to gender equity, number 7, which speaks to access to clean modern energy, number 8, which speaks to creating sustainable employment for all, and number 17, which speaks to collaborative partnerships to enable all 16 Sustainable Development Goals. When we speak about just energy transition, without transformational leadership, it is not possible to amplify the just element of the JET program, where we can deliberately and intentionally look at the social impact of the transition that we so aspire, how we create jobs, and how we build local manufacturing capacity to embed local participation of youth, women, and people living with disabilities in value chains as owners of productive assets. When we look at the transition part or the energy part of the JET program, the repowering, repurposing of power plants, accelerating renewable energy, storage options, dual fuels and midlife gas, microgrids, small-scale embedded generation and electric vehicles, grid upgrades and smart grids. Some of these are giving birth to products and technologies which do not even have value chains as we speak. It is necessary to apply transformational leadership to ensure that at the genesis of these value chains, we embed, fix, and trench the participation of women, people living with disabilities, and youth, so that we do not finance corrective measures in future, and we can redirect the scarce financial resources to building local IPs so that we have competitive industries that can compete in global value chains. These are IPs built by the continent, from the continent, by women in the continent, young people in the continent, and people living with disabilities and entrepreneurs at large. As nations contemplate a balanced decarbonized energy mix tailored for each market and its industrial requirements, I want to highlight the scope and the scale of opportunity for employment equity, for enterprise development, for local value chain participation, for local IP development, for regional integration and collaboration, advancement of women, youth, and people living with disabilities. In Africa, it is said that Africa has the potential, technical potential for solar equivalent to 11,000 gigawatts. That is a full value chain of services, solutions, and systems and products that women can become suppliers of, manufacturers of, that they can partner with multinational companies that are already leading the technology advancement curve, to be trained to trade in local value chains and in international value chains and on the continent at large. Solar potential is estimated at 10,000 gigawatts. We have this potential to tap into through collaborative efforts. When we bring it home to South Africa, at the end of December 2020, after 7 bid rounds, there were 112 independent power producers that are currently operating or at various stages of construction of their power plants, where women and youth can already be accommodated in those value chains. We need to be deliberate and intentional about those socioeconomic development targets. We have attracted 207 billion rands in investment in the sector. And we speak very broadly about socioeconomic development targets. We speak about 34% shareholding by Black South Africans, 10% shareholding by local communities, 70 billion spent on BBBEE through procurement. However, we must be bold and speak transparently about these percentages and integrate who exactly is represented in that market and what is their level of participation for Black women, colored women, Indian women, white women, as it relates to access to finance, access to technology, access to skills development, access to market, and access to networks. We cannot use naive and broad strokes to define our impact in socioeconomic development. We have to be very specific so that we can have an inclusive energy sector that represents all demographics. And it starts with you and me and what we do on a daily basis to shift the needle as transformational leaders. We have to work collaboratively as stakeholders in Africa's energy ecosystem to adequately finance initiatives that are created to support and advance socioeconomic development. Women groups and associations are the least funded entities in the ecosystem. We continue to work in a vacuum without adequate financial resources. The Women Empowerment and Gender Equality Strategy launched by the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, strategic pillar number 4 states, and most importantly, promoting supportive attitudes, values, behaviors, and culture to support a barrier-free workplace and enterprising sector. Without these supportive attitudes, women continue to suffer from lack of access to finance in the industry. And this is the reason gender equity is lagging behind. This must change. In closing, Global President, women and youth empowerment is an economic imperative. It is not charity. It is an economic imperative. It increases the labor capacity of a country's economy, making it more competitive and sustainable. It increases tax revenue capacity and economic activity that can be reinvested into further socioeconomic development, securing the future of the country and its citizens, increasing participation within the country's education system, expanding the quality and competitiveness of the labor market, which results in more productive sectors that are collectively competitive, which leads to more homegrown innovations, which will increase our ability to build our own intellectual property in value chains. It sets the country on a strong foundation for economic competitiveness and strength, which is necessary to build countries' capability and capacity to deal with unpredictable catastrophes, such as the kind we are currently navigating, COVID-19 pandemic. It is time for us to be bold, to be transparent in our initiatives, and to advocate for equitable participation by all. Thank you.
Wow, 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 wow. My dearest sister, President Bertha Dlamini, thank you very much for this powerful articulation, what it means when we talk about women leadership through transformation in the energy sector. I just picked up few powerful points. Women and youth is an economic imperative, not social responsibility. So we need to take our rightful position as women and young people in the sector and make sure that we work with government, we work with private sector, and we actually collaborate with our strategic partners out there. And so many women organizations as well, Sister Bertha, as you know, that you are also leading the women, in the energy sector, in the power sector, in South Africa and in the continent. So we need to collaborate and come up with this powerful force that will move mountains and also make sure that the just transformation is key in the just transition in terms of inclusivity, the role of women in the value chains. This is what transformation leadership is all about. When we say just, it's now. And women must actually come into these systems now, not tomorrow. And energy sustainability through power pools. You've mentioned SADC. SADC is it's got one of the most power pools that I've ever actually seen in the continent. I mean, you look at, Mozambique, you look at how they supported us in South Africa when we didn't have electricity, I mean, a few years ago. And also it's working, and it's the strategic alliance of the member states within the SADC region that we have, and the level of understanding and how do we support each other when we need energy resources. Because you took me back, because when you're talking about economic development, you can't develop any economy without electricity, without power. So it's very important for us to really speak to the issue of energy reserves as well. Do we have energy reserves in South Africa? Do we have energy reserves in the continent? And how do we make sure now, as we build our strategy moving forward, we need to actually look at an energy reserve strategy and actually know that our countries are secured, because if there is no electricity, there is no life in the whole of continent. So we must make sure that the SADC is lit. We must make sure that South Africa is lit. We must make sure that all of us in the region were lit. And thank you very much for this powerful presentation. You are really amazing. And when you speak, I see the energy. Your energy flows within me when you take the podium. And thank you very much for being my sister and walking this journey with me so far. And when we're in the energy space, now it's the Circle of Global Business Women. Now it's Women in Energy and Electricity in the continent. We're still together. The Circle of Global Business Women is a network of sisterhood. And thank you for being my sister and also practicing the connotation that I'm my sister's keeper. So thank you very much, my dearest sister. And without wasting my time, now we're actually coming to the messages of support by women formations, by our strategic partners in the sector, and also looking at where we are. And we're really humbled and honored for this race and for pacing us. And now this is the last session that we have in our program. I would like to call President Dimakatso Malwela, who is the president for Women of Value in Africa. And she's also a sister to me, and also she's a strategic partner to the Circle of Global Business Women. And she is passionate about value chains. And I know she's going to speak about that, President Bertha, as well. And she's actually doing them in the agriculture space and now in the energy and power sector. President Malwela Dimakatso.
Good afternoon, my president.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, and all the esteemed guests and speakers in this platform. Thank you so much for this great opportunity and to be sharing this platform with powerful women like Mebetha. I was just so inspired. She just touched every part of what we are looking for as women, not only from the sector of energy, but the value chain, that also touch into the other sectors. As you just introduced me, my president, my name is Dimakatso Malwela, mainly from the tourism sector. And we do understand the importance of energy within the space of tourism, within the space of hospitality, and how the women also in the rural areas can be able to participate, if they've got energy, if they've got electricity and power, how they can be able to build sustainable their businesses, within the hospitality industry. We know how it is affecting their businesses. We know how it is affecting them to be able to build, the strong kind of a business within the sector of tourism as well. And when we look at the whole value chain, as Mebetha has just, presented on that, it to say how women can be driving the energy sector, also providing that energy to other women who are in different businesses, who are in different sectors. She also spoke about the ecosystem, to say, unfortunately, we can't do it alone. This is a collective kind of an approach and, the ecosystem that we need to build. Now we need to bring the private sector. We need to bring, organizations. We need to bring your international. I know SADC at some stage they did, at some stage they did come up with the initiative, which was called Women in Energy. I also just wanted to follow up with them how far they have gone, because the issue is energy affects women. We are the cooker at home, we are running business, we are running this. And now we also saying, we just don't want to get energy from, other businesses or the male counterparts, but let it be that the women, the very same women who are saying we are in the space that You know, we feel that we need this energy, we need electricity, we need power. We cannot be able to run without it. Let it be provided by our women, our sisters and our mothers. And also we should not leave behind the young people, because we have to impart the knowledge. We should be able, you know, to have the succession plan to say, when we are not here today, what is going to happen tomorrow? So they can be able to carry the baton and they can be able, you know, to continue to implement. And I just also want to thank, you know, our Honorable Deputy Minister from the Mineral and Energy Department to support the cause of women empowerment in the energy space. And I just want to say, my president, thank you for always pushing the agenda within different sectors. You know, yesterday you were there. I just, you know, sometimes I just wonder, where do you get this energy from? Because yesterday you were on fire. And keep the fire burning. We are here, we say, let's walk and work together as women in Africa and take Africa to another level. It has never been before. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Malwela. Yes, yesterday we were together in the Women in Tourism sector, pushing the agenda with our dearest sisters in the continent, the first daughter of Namibia, and our dearest sisters from Mozambique and also in South Africa. And thank you very much for the energy that you have as well. And you are here, and yesterday we were together talking about these challenges in the tourism sector, and today we're speaking about the energy sector. Thank you very much for the good work that you're doing in the energy sector, in tourism sector, in South Africa, in Africa, and globally. So thank you very much, Madam President Malwela. Thank you so much. God bless you. Now I'm going to call our dearest sister, Miss Amelia Howarth, the program executive manager for the Africa Forum, which is an organization of eminent persons in the continent. It's an organization that belongs to the former state president of Africa. Thank you, my sister Amelia. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Cindy. As usual, inspiring. Thank you very much. I would like to start with to honor, you know, the Deputy Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, Dr. Nkabane, and Dr. Yves Guénon, the President of French South African Chamber of Commerce, and Ms. Tandi Mabena, South African President of Global Circle of Businesswomen, and the Program Director, Ms. Cindy Mzamo, the President of Global Circle of Businesswomen, and all the inspiring and very knowledgeable. I'm so impressed, very knowledgeable. Bertha, you are amazing people, presenters, you know, in this meeting. Yet again, following the powerful seminar on women in agribusiness, which took place last month, I'm privileged to have this opportunity to relate a message of support to the Circle of Global Businesswomen for putting up for discussion before us another very important topic on African transformation agenda, namely promoting the role of women in sustainable energy for inclusive and sustainable industrial development in Africa in the COVID world. It is our understanding that this seminar is informed by the growing realization from both inside the continent and the world at large that strengthening women's role in sustainable energy sector is playing a vital role towards making industry strong and viable, as well mitigating the negative effects of climate change and pandemics such as COVID. The Continental Development Agenda in this regard is well thought out in the strategic documents of the African Union Infrastructure and Energy Development Program in Africa, PIDA 1 and PIDA 2, and the African Single Electricity Market, AFSEM, also give us a roadmap for facilitating the sustainable development of the African electricity sector through the integrated continental electricity market. Additionally, the energy transformation efforts in Africa are aligned and guided by the objectives of the UN goal number 7 for affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. An investment attention is paid towards gender-balanced energy development strategies and initiatives seeking to improve livelihoods and ensuring environmental sustainability. Significantly, the energy sector, although emerging, it's rapidly growing with a prediction to engage up to 43 million employees by 2050. Clearly, in order to achieve the energy sector development goals for economic growth, especially those facilitating the implementation of empowering women in this sector, is essential. There is a critical need to fully unleash women's potential in the context of the energy transformation and sustainable energy growth. However, despite the increasing number of frameworks and guidelines at the continental and international levels, the women's and youth current participation in sustainable energy workforce is rather insufficient. So far as the energy industry depends on innovation, new technologies, and entrepreneurship excellence, Africa should make the best use of a wide array of skills to overcome women and youth talents shortage and stay vibrant. In this regard, the potential of women is still underdeveloped and in most of it is marginalized. The Africa Forum study on identifying and assisting the most marginalized people in sub-Saharan Africa reviewed the quantum and plight of marginalized population in Africa. So this is our study, which we did for 3 years. It concluded that the marginalized people in Africa currently number to approximately 60 million, or 6% of the population of Africa. But that due to a faster than average growth rate of the population in Africa, this number is expected to double over the next 40 years. And if we, as we know, and if we take the fact that women are 50% of the African population, accordingly, 30 million of these people, or 3% of them, are marginalized. This explains the fact that women continue to play a minimal role in the African energy industry, accounting to merely 21% of the overall workforce in energy services. Looking at the bright side, this creates a pool of opportunity for women to step in their rightful place as a key drivers of the African energy revolution. Moreover, we should overcome the stigma of women in the sector being employed only in technical and administrative posts. Rather, women should become notable participants in the seniority and leadership positions. It has been proven that empowering women leaders in entrepreneurship sector has unique talent to be more productive, innovative, changing the lives of and welfare of other women, families, and communities. Multiple studies found that women working within systems are more likely to spread their ideas locally, inspire replication by other groups or institutions within their community. The energy revolution agenda will benefit highly by encouraging women entrepreneurs in the sector, as female are found to be more collaborative, working closely with other civil organizations, supporting their women, other women and young people around them, and empowering their own teams. They also reflected a higher tendency to impact behaviors and mindsets. According to Ashoka's 2018 Global Impact Studies, 76% of female fellows stated influencing social attitudes and cultural norms as core to their strategy. Consequently, and subject to a greater review, has to come the matter of indigenous knowledge, technologies, skills, beliefs, and value systems, including homegrown philosophies, produced locally, traditionally, and transmitted orally from one generation to the next. We have to acknowledge the outcome of generation of indigenous peoples and communities, long observation, experimentation, and lived experiences with nature. These knowledge systems are stored and articulated in indigenous social practices, equipment, materials, plants, spices, animals, breeds, medicine, and many other. The energy revolution should look more closely and should seriously think of integrating the holistic and community-based methods and processes involved in facilitating the efficient and effective African symbiosis with the nature. Moreover, women are the main subsistence producers and family caretakers in most African communities, especially in the rural and marginalized area. Women and girls are the custodians of African indigenous knowledge systems and depend on these knowledge systems for livelihood and food and nutritional security, healthcare, natural resource management, and energy efficiency. Integrating the African indigenous knowledge systems in the new technologies is important, so to activate community-rooted, sustainable, clean energy for all. I would like to reiterate that the members of the Forum for Former African Heads of States are staying firm to their crafted vision to work towards unique, united, and strong Africa through their individual and collective contribution as former leaders, sharing their knowledge, moral authorities, and experiences to advance Africa's social, political, and economic development agenda. In this regard, their activities are integral part of the energy transformation implementation process too. Undoubtedly, Africa Forum is pleased to support the timely initiative of the Circle of Global Businesswomen in promoting the role of women in sustainable energy sector for inclusive and sustainable industrial development in Africa. We wish the Circle of Global Businesswomen a great success at the Ambition Africa 2021 Summit in France. It is our hope and expectation that the African voice and needs will be heard and attended accordingly. Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. Sister Emilia, thank you very much for highlighting the role of women in the energy sector in the continent. I mean, looking at the 32% statistics, and we can go far. We need to increase this 32% so that it can be even 50%, where women take their rightful position in the continent and lead in terms of energy and power. I mean, if you listen to Sister Betha, she's a president for African Women in Energy and Power, and she's a resource, and she's dynamic. And these are the women that we need to push forward in the continent so that when you talk about transformational leadership, they'll be able to actually solve the challenges that we have in terms of women in decision-making in the continent and women in power in the continent. And why I'm raising this particular issue, Sister Emilia, because 650 million, households, they don't have access to electricity in Africa in a population of 1.3 billion. And it tells you, who are these people? Obviously, it's women and young girls that are suffering.
I'm sorry, I'll tap in. I want to say that we have to include also the knowledge of existing knowledge of how to preserve, how to use, all this into the new, not just get from outside any other, we have ourselves to bring our innovation systems, with our knowledge of how to use nature. and how to use, So this is a very serious point, which no one, even, the honorable leaders in the ministry did not include this into our, and this is very important for Africa, particularly. Yeah, sorry.
Acknowledging the indigenous knowledge management systems in the energy and power sector. It's very crucial. Thank you very much for highlighting that, my dearest sister. Thank you. And send our regards to our eminent persons, our fathers in the continent, President Chisano, President Thabo Mbeki. Yes, my dearest sister.
I will. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. And send our regards, and we tell them we appreciate the support that they're giving us as their fathers in the continent, and looking forward to our meeting that is coming end of October. God bless you, my dearest sister. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now I'm going to call upon our dearest sister as well, that is going to give a message of support, the president of Phenomenal Woman, Tato Mukhutu, who is also the ambassador for Gracia Machel Trust in Africa, and the CGBW chairperson in the Free State. But she had a problem with the network. I'm just checking whether is she in. Tato, are you in? So if she's not in, I'm going to move over to the next speaker, because she was on the road, and where she's traveling, the network is a problem. Tato? Okay. All right, thank you very much. Now I'm going to call another dearest sister, Miss Lebu Zulu. She is the BRICS Women Alliance representative. Women are so powerful. I mean, we are connected. We have a dearest sister who serves in the BRICS Women Alliance with President Betha as well. So Sister Lebu, please, can you come live, and then you give us the message of support. We appreciate our partnership that we have with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I must say the energy in this room is just totally electric. Very, very exciting. Let me acknowledge the president, the presence of the Deputy Minister, Dr. Nkabane. I almost just promoted you, Doctor, to President. Let me acknowledge the presence of Dr. Mahau and all dignitaries, entrepreneurs, activists that are present here today. My dear colleagues, my dear sisters, a very good afternoon to all of you. So firstly, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the leadership of the Circle of Global Business Women for inviting the BRICS Women's Business Alliance to this great initiative. I mean, having listened to the different speakers and pulling in on the positive and exciting energy of yourself, Madam President, I personally feel globally empowered. I mean, being part of this conference today has actually taken me down memory lane to my earlier years spent in ESCOM and the excitement of the power generation, transmission, distribution, and of course, the trading of energy amongst African countries. But today is not about my history. Today is about the continued dialogues that are absolutely essential in moving the gender equality agenda and women inclusion in the energy value chain. So we as women must continue to collaborate and cooperate with each other to see to it that the SDG 5 is realized. More to my WBA colleague, Madam Betha Dlamini, we need to be bold, we need to be deliberate in pushing for the Planet 50-50 agenda by 2030. If it is not done by us, then who should lead it? Now, as BRICS Women's Business Alliance, today, in my capacity as the chairperson, I want to pledge our support that number one, we will foster women and girls' capabilities in the energy sector to penetrate local, continental, and global markets. Our dear sister Betha is leading that particular portfolio and leading it excellently, I must say. Secondly, that we will work with industry players to ensure that we mobilize and organize ourselves to advocate for the empowerment of women in energy across supply value chains. One of the earlier speakers spoke about the importance of value chains. It doesn't help us to only focus on the service end and ignore the supply side of things. That's where largely the money is. And really laying a very important foundation for our future generations. Madam President, the Sustainable Development Goals are our today, but it is not, it is also about our collective tomorrow. And gender equality is our destination across all economic sectors. You know, for those of us that are in the construction space, in the manufacturing space, in the tourism space, in the energy space, gender equality cuts across. So it becomes that destination that we need to focus on. Just as I close, one of the speakers, I think it was Mechawuke, that reiterated the need for collaborations and progressive partnerships. Let us always remember that an empowered woman empowers other women. Let's make the circle bigger and push to dominate value chains. Thank you kindly, Madam President. Thank you.
Oh, my dear sister, Lebu. Oh, this is amazing. And thank you very much for honoring the invite. Let us make the circle bigger. Let us talk about the collective of tomorrow in the energy sector. Let us engage industry players. Let us promote women and girls. This is a very powerful statement that comes from women and the BRICS Women Alliance. And thank you very much for the partnership and looking for working with you and increase the circle and make the circle bigger, because it's about collaboration. And somebody said to me when I was attending another international platform, and she said, Sister Lebu, you know, collaboration is the new competition. If you're not collaborating with anybody, you are out in the ecosystem. So this is now the real today of actually making sure that ourselves in the business sectors, in the energy sector, be it in any sector in the economy, we are alive through collaboration. And thank you very much. Now I'm going to call our last speaker, our young leader at the Circle of Global Businesswomen, the chairperson for the young leaders, collaborators at the Circle of Global Businesswomen, Ms. Relebohile Mokoena, who is also the deputy chair for international relations at the Circle of Global Businesswomen, and also running her own company. But she's gotten honors in international relations and television. Lebu, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me, President?
Yes, I can.
All right. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Relebohile Mokoena, and it is truly an honor and a privilege for me to be in a webinar with such giants in the energy sector, in government, as well as in the French Chamber of Commerce. And I just want to say thank you firstly to the President, who has extended an invite to me to be part of this very important conversation as the Deputy Chair of the International Relations CGBW Chamber and the Young Woman Collaboration. I strongly believe that there has never been a more relevant time to have a discussion such as this one. It is a discussion that is on time for the kind of Africa that we want today. And as I sit in this webinar, I sit to represent young women in South Africa, young women in the continent, and young women within the CGBW. And when looking at Africa and the continent, we cannot begin to speak about any other sector or any other part that could be more important than energy. And especially for the relevance of this particular webinar. Energy is at the forefront, not just in the webinar, but it is the one thing that illuminates every other sector, especially with the fourth industrial revolution, as we've heard as well, other speakers mentioned. We have found ourselves in a fourth industrial revolution. And within this fourth industrial revolution, I believe that the continent itself was still grappling with the third industrial revolution. And here we are in the fourth industrial revolution. And within that as well, we find ourselves in a pandemic. So suddenly we are living in a world that human history has never, ever, ever seen before. And also, I don't think they quite anticipated it either. And we're living in the most innovative, prosperous times of endless information according to the UN and the World Bank and the IMF, but we are also seeing persistent inequalities that have moved across centuries, and they are still present within our country currently. For example, when we bring it home to South Africa, why is our economic growth so low? And there's a long list of issues that we're seeing within our country that are affecting young people as well, such as labor, legislation, lack of investment. But the truth is also the lack of electricity is also playing a very important factor and also playing a big role in the problems that we're seeing in our country, because it affects the industrial outputs, it affects the input costs, it affects the margins that go up, which has an impact on the GDP and the unemployment rate that is already a major issue in our country, and especially for the youth. And as I sit in this webinar, I am sitting here to represent young people. And in the spirit and in the voice of the millennials who are tech savvy, who are innovative and rolling with the punches, trying to start new businesses online, scaling up existing businesses online, studying online, having Zoom meetings, trying to catch up with globalization, and hosting webinars such as this one without energy. It is the most important members of our society, who are young people such as myself, that are going to get left behind, who are also the very same people that need to study and pass their exams, go into universities. And it is also a sector, the energy sector is also a sector that has for a very long time been very male dominated, as we also heard in prior conversations within this talk. And it is very important that we equip young women as well to take part in ensuring that the functionality and the improvement of power in our country moves forward, because it is that very education that we currently need that also demands that they have energy and that the energy sector is effective. Power is the ultimate economic turn-up of our country and the continent, and we should not struggle to gain power, especially with the resources that we have. I believe the resources that we have within South Africa and Africa as a whole would be able to assist us in powering up the entire world. However, unfortunately, in Africa, over 600 million people are still sitting in darkness. Of all the sectors, this is the one sector that cannot fail. And I've been listening to the various programs that have been suggested by the speakers. I've been listening to the various ideas from the speakers. And as a young lady, to our mothers who are in the energy sector, who have the expertise, can this not just be a conversation, but a ask that you adopt us, that we run around South Africa, that we run around Africa, and make the visions and make these programs and make these ideas come alive. Because if we speak of change and if we speak of development, the energy space needs to take or pay particular attention to young people and young women. And that is how we will change Africa's narrative forever and right now. And with that being said, with the programs that we've been hearing from the various ladies, as a young woman in the CGBW, under the leadership of the president, we'd like to say thank you and want to say that we are energetic, that we are excited, and we want to move forward, and that we are looking forward to every idea, and we are embracing it wholeheartedly, and we support it, and we are here to run with the vision. With that being said, President, thank you so much.
Our young lion at the sector of global business women. And this is what young lions did in Paris. There you are. Yes. There you are.
Oh, unfortunately, I was not aware the camera was off.
I'm thinking you had done it on purpose, but thank you very much. You know, I thought that maybe it's a bandwidth. So I didn't want to interrupt you because you're already on the firing line, you know. But
you
this
so
is
much,
amazing, Relebohile. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for actually representing young people, young women in South Africa and young women in the continent. As a young leader, we don't see you as young anymore. We see you as a leader because what you presented to us today, you have taken a lead. And this is what young women did in Paris when we were talking to the generation equality platforms. They say there's nothing about us without us, President Macron. Give us the space. We want to take the space. This is what you have done. You have taken the space. You are honoring the space because you understand your issues better than us as your mothers. But as a young woman, you'll be able to relate to your peers in the continent and actually assist us to drive this initiative of making Africa lit and also protecting young girls and young women in the continent, coming up with solutions of powering Africa. Thank you very much, Lebo.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, without wasting my time, we've come to the end of this powerful session. Yes. Our sister Charlotte Duplessis says, Relebohile, I love your energy. Thank you so much. We indeed at the Circle of Global Business Women, we love your energy because you make us to be on fire. You make us to stand on our toes. And thank you very much for actually igniting us as your mothers to actually continue running the race because we need your energy so that we know that we're still on the right track because you're millennials. You're outspoken. And when I'm wrong, you tell me that now I'm saying you are wrong now. So I must listen.
Yes.
This is the power of having young people leading us in the Circle of Global Business Women. Thank you so much, Lebo. And now I'm going to call our dearest sister, the director and the global board member for the Circle of Global Business Women, Ms. Zukiso Lungu, who's going to do the vote of thanks, another lion as well within the Circle of Global Business Women. Thank you, Zuki. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Deputy Minister, Dr. Nkabane, for joining us this afternoon. Dr. Gwenon from the French South Africa Chamber of Commerce, our Global President, Ms. Cindy Mzamo, and then our Country President, Dr. Thandi Mabena. And I'd like to just say good afternoon to everyone, every single one of our speakers that have graced us this afternoon and since this morning. I must say the amount of energy that has illuminated in this seminar is amazing. It clearly shows that the ladies that are in energy and the gentlemen are very passionate about the sector, and you can just tell the way that they were talking and the knowledge and the content. Energy is obviously a necessity to alleviate poverty and promote sustainable economic growth in our country, in our continent, and in the rest of the world. And energy creates business environment in which businesses and economical activities can operate on. Now, it also contributes to a better quality of life. As Dr. Gwenon has said, energy is very important for the economy of this country. And I mean, all other sectors totally depend on energy for their sustainability. I mean, if you look at sectors like healthcare, education, what will they be without energy? You know, there'll be no improvement there. There'll be no growth there. If you look at the economical opportunities that have come up this afternoon, it clearly shows that as the Circle of Global Business Women, the work has just started. We still got a lot to do in terms of collaborating and also assisting women with the opportunities that have been shared this afternoon. And there's also a very much importance in the skills of women, because in the energy sector, obviously it's a very unique and skillful environment. Now that shows that there's a lot of opportunities for women to add value and to make a difference in this sector. And that will also talk to inclusion of women and how these women can come in and add value. We know everything that women touches turns into gold. It becomes something amazing. I must say that it's very encouraging to see the commitment by our government for green economy, which means shifting away from heavy reliance on fossil fuels and pursuing low carbon policies. This reduces climate change. And our government is also committed to providing long-term solutions to energy security and across the continent, and that clearly is depicted in the National Development Plan. Now, renewable energy sources like biogas, landfill gas, which is methane gas, those are other avenues that we need to look at creating opportunities and finding opportunities for women in our platform and the women in this platform specifically. Now, as Des has said, the energy must be clean, sustainable, and it must be affordable. Now, I think affordability is something very important because if electricity for us is expensive, then which means no one is going to be able to consume, no one's going to be able to afford it. If no one can afford it, which means there's no growth. So no one's going to be able to grow their businesses. Now, it's also very encouraging to see that this sector has lots of opportunities for women, and it's also got a lot of women already in the sector that are championing and leading from the front. Now that means it's going to be a good opportunity for new women to come in because there are already leaders that have already traveled the path, that are already leading. Now, I'd like to say thank you very much to all the speakers for all the knowledge that they imparted on us. And what's still to be done right now is to move forward and collaborate and unpack the opportunities that were actually discussed today so that we can see our women thriving and becoming successful. I'd like to thank everyone that actually logged in and joined us from this morning that were part of this seminar. Thank you very much.